Well, good morning, everybody. We might as well get started. Roll call, please, Jen.
Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley. Here. Jim Molitor. Carol Langford. Danielle Matt. Here. Big Matt. James Junior. Martin Charlo.
Present.
Len Tooties. Lenise Trahan.
I'll start this morning with a prayer. Creator, in your all-knowing, all-powerful, and especially all-loving way, bless us as we do the work of our tribe. Hold especially those first riders in your mind. Heard we had another accident this morning. Please pray for all those who have loved ones that are hurting and injured. It's coming on powwow season. Please keep everybody safe in their travels to the powwows, and we ask this in your name. Amen. We have minutes from June 20th. We're looking at the minutes, Len.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
on page 3, I guess the issue's kind of been solved with the powwow grounds and on call, so I guess I'd take out that first statement. Down to council approve the purchase of a mobile shower unit. And you want an update on whether that'd be available for the powwow? Me? That's all. And
Thanks,
I
Mark.
can send the edit to Abby if that's easier.
I imagine she heard you. Your thoughts about the minutes? Go ahead, Martin.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the June 20th minutes by Martin. Second by Bing. All in favor? 7-4, 6-4. Jennifer abstains, Tom abstains, and I abstain. So 6-4. Thank you. Go ahead, Tom.
Just like to make one comment about that meeting and the uniqueness of the Mission Valley Power staff coming in. That's unique to have people come in and ask for corrections to the minutes that weren't present to the discussion. Just find it really kind of troubling. I hate the whole thing. So I understand their situation, but I would have rather had that gone through a different process. So next time I would just, ask council maybe to run it through the food chain like it should, and that could be fixed in a different way. But it just didn't seem right. I mean, usually you have to be present to change minutes of a meeting. So that's just so I wanted to make sure everybody, and I'm sorry I wasn't here. I mean, I wish I would have been here, but it's hard for me to, I think I probably would have gotten an argument, but anyway, thank you. Oh, they weren't even on leave. I think they are now. I mean, they got it all squared away, but.
Did those minutes come back to council?
I don't know.
We didn't approve those on Thursday. We got the changes from Zach. And
that-
needed us to.
So there hasn't been any actually changed minutes yet.
No, we'd have to approve those.
Well, then I guess that question still is out there. Does council want that to come back for action? And raise that amendment? That's been requested, and then either vote it down or vote for it? Well, I'd entertain a motion on that.
Wouldn't no motion be an action? Just to do nothing and leave them the same way?
Yep. Is there consensus just to leave the minutes as they were?
Accurate.
And what they came in and requested us to do, you're saying don't do it.
I'm saying that they're requesting us to do it, and I'm wondering if council wants to do it or not.
Okay, so I told them I wanted to do it. I wanted to change it because it reflects on their job and how they are as professionals. And so that's why I wanted it changed.
Well,
So, there isn't a consensus. If I'm the only one, that's fine. I just want to make sure it's not a consensus, so maybe you do need to vote.
yeah. And so that the requisite action then would be a motion to approve those changes. And are you making that motion
The change.
to make those changes that were
Yes.
requested? Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I wasn't here that day, but I'm wondering if a more accurate reflection would be them coming in and saying, in reference to what was said in these minutes, we would like to say this. Because then that would be in the new minutes, right?
That's
They're not
something they,
changing the old minutes, they're just saying, we want to say this on behalf of ourselves because we read this in the minutes. Then the old minutes wouldn't be changed, but then they still get their point across. Is that another way?
perfectly allowable to do, but they still have requested that the change be made. We gotta do something about that. Tom and then Danielle.
Yeah, I don't really, the minutes could be changed, but I want it through the process. If they went and talked to Zach and he was gonna do something, and he was gonna talk to the board and they were gonna propose a change to the minutes, so be it. That's the way I think the process should be. So I really want to hear from Zach and what, if he wants to propose to change the minutes to reflect consideration of his employees. And that's the way I think it should proceed. And that's the way I would recommend it, because they were not present here. If we're gonna have people come in all the time saying,
We do.
I object to your minutes, you weren't even in the discussion, that's not the way to run any business. Or organization. So thank
I
you.
wasn't here on a lot of issues.
Danielle,
Guys move
Martin,
forward.
and then Carol.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like Zach was in the loop. Zach actually emailed Abby. It's been forwarded to us through our email links here. And it sounds like Zach was okay with, they're only asking to change one word. They're changing the minutes to say design instead of build. And it corrects what the team was in here asking for. So it's not an elaborate correction or rephrasing everything that happened. It's changing the word to say design instead of build. That's the corrective action that they're looking for. Zach is aware of it, emailed Abby, and that's the request. And I'm okay with that request because it's not changing the conversation at all.
Martin,
I was zooming in that day and I just didn't have great service, so I did put in the asking about the process. You know, because it is, you know, they weren't coming in as tribal members, they were coming in as MVP employees. And that was pretty clear that they were upset because their employment or their capabilities were being questioned. And it's, again, there's a hierarchy for a reason. And until we get away from that, if we ever do, you got to follow that. And and all the Zach emails were after the fact. They were after they came in and talked to us, and then, you know, that communication was brought to Zach about that change. So I'm not opposed to changing it, but we're on some slippery slopes with that tribal member employee line that we have to kind of straddle a lot, I guess I should say.
Carol, and then Tom.
I am glad you clarified, Danielle, because it was one word. And the person that sits here, and I'm not trying to be critical of anything, but that's why we have a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper let him in. We entertained it. That's, you know, we needed to tell him that. You need to go back to your supervisor. Mike didn't do that, so we listened. And I think if there's a word change that protects somebody's profession, what's wrong with that? They're tribal members. Are we all of a sudden against tribal people? I mean, I'm starting to get that feeling sometimes, but you know, I think it's okay. I think sometimes, and I gotta say this, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but the chairman and the vice chairman of the council, you know, and there's probably a lot of background talk, and you know, and it reflects here, and I think that has something to do with it. You know, it's just one word. Get it changed and move on. That's all I want to do. You know, I don't think we need to make a big old stink about calling in this person and doing that. I mean, we got bigger things to deal with than one word in making sure our professionals are protected. I mean, these are good people that worked hard to get where they're at, and I'll support them. But I'm okay. If you guys want to change it, I'll just vote against it. So.
Tom, and then Jennifer.
Yeah, once again, I believe the proposed change needs to come from the Mission Valley Power Management. And if Zach has provided us that, then we could take action on that. That's my only issue, is that's what I would want to see. So, because they were the ones presenting, that was their presentation is reflective of that gathering of us and them. And that's how it has to come from.
Jennifer.
Oh, I was gonna say, as the gatekeeper, I did ask them, they didn't want to tell me no information. I can't turn them away and tell them they can't talk to council.
Well, I do have a motion by Carol to support making the change to the minutes. So is there a second to that motion? Going once? Twice? Motion dies without a second. Go ahead, Martin. So the minutes stand as they were presented without the change until we make the change. And, Tom is requesting that actually Zach come and ask for that change to be made. Is it possible that we could, put a short addendum in with the minutes, basically outlining the request? Carol?
The other thing, there's a fine line about this. Mission Valley Power seems to come in every meeting. They have a board. They need to be handling their business. It doesn't have to be in here and make a big scene about everything they're doing. Let them handle the business like they used to. I don't know, I don't understand why it has to come in here, but then on the other hand, a lot of the stuff, it seems to come in so quick. It's like some people on council understand what they're doing and I don't. And so of course, I vote opposed on that one issue because it just came in and I probably wasn't here. I know I'm gone a lot, but you know, I just think that, we entrusted a board in place and let them do the job. I mean, they're on the agenda again today on the budget. That's probably something we need to approve. That's what we've done in the past, but I mean, it just seems like every week, either we're running down there or they're coming here. Thank you.
Go ahead, Martin.
So this doesn't look like it was sent to everyone. What I just put on the screen, it is a request from Zach to change the minutes, so. I didn't realize that wasn't sent to everyone. It was maybe, or no, it was sent to council. So. Feel with that, we could just get this done and over with.
Thoughts about what Martin has just presented to us? Was this a statement that Zach made in the council? That is getting changed, his words?
There, I can't tell who's talking, but I would have assumed that would have been Zach making that statement there, that's in red.
Is an email request adequate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's from Zach and he's recommending the proposed change, it absolutely is accurate for me.
Well, shall we raise those minutes again and ask about the amendment for Zach's words? Martin?
Since I missed doing it Thursday, I'd have to resurrect it. And then also with the motion, direct Charcus to reprint those as well, because that's an added cost. I'd make the motion to include that.
Motion by Martin to make the requested change by Zach and second by Tom. All in favor? Yeah, Jimmy? Looks unanimous. Thank you all on that. We'll need to contact Charcus to reprint. Okay. We do have an agenda. Additions to the agenda today. Lynn? Jennifer?
Of, one for open and one for executive.
Yeah, I'll definitely have that. I got a couple different things to deal with. Others? I actually have 3. I want to report on the broadband chip I made, the meeting that we had yesterday, and an Eagle Bank letter that I received. So um, and but walk-ins? No walk-ins. When?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Just real quick, I um, just wanted to acknowledge, Asa Askin and Dylan Kayai. They passed their certification. They are officially officers now. I think that's a huge accomplishment. And when our tribal members get through that, I think we just need to acknowledge them, and just wanted to congratulate them. On another issue, this is the land. I'm asking council if we can add the issue with Kate McDonald issue, if we can add that to next week's land committee agenda and have that discussion. She reached out to me. She was asking for a decision if we were going to make a decision or not, and I told her, you guys, we haven't even read the proposal yet, but I sent it to Tony. But if we can just add that to next land committee, I think that she would appreciate that.
Thank you, Liz.
So, thank you.
Jennifer, you want to do your open one?
So last week I attended, Red Shield 8 meeting in Billings, a meeting about the Red Shield 8 project, which is a regional treatment facility for natives in Montana. And, so one of the things that we talked about is the location. And at one point, when I was gone, council voted down having it here. But potentially offered some land off reservation, but no one has reached out to Red Shield 8 regarding that. And, you know, they can certainly wait, but they want to, you know, kind of move it along. So the treatment facility gets built within a reasonable time frame. And so if we are going to donate land off the reservation, could we find out if that's a possibility sooner rather than later? Because Little Shell has volunteered to donate land and money for the Red Shield 8 Center in Great Falls, and they would really love to have it there. Because wherever it is, it's going to bring in jobs to the community and make it easier for people in that community to access treatment. So one of the things that we talked about is I talked to Dr. Fox from CSKT who was there, and there was a tribal elder from CSKT who was there, and another tribal member from here who was there, in addition to Patricia Hibbler and me. And when I talked to the other people from here, they also agreed with me that it would be a good idea if we could have it here. One of the challenges of having it here is the cost of living here as opposed to the cost of living in Great Falls. If we build it here, or even if we donate land off reservation in this area, it would probably have to include workforce housing to make it viable, so the workers would have a place to live. And one of the things that I found out there is that you know, I already knew, but one of the things that we talked about is the shortage of providers in Montana. for behavioral health and also just healthcare for Indian country. And I just wanted to mention something that Fort Peck is doing that I thought is really innovative. They're really taking growing their own providers very seriously. They're sending 5 tribal members to medical school as a group. And then when those 5 graduate, they'll come back to the reservation and then they'll send another 5 tribal members through. So at our next meeting, at our next Red Shield 8 in-person meeting, we're going to invite representatives from all the tribal colleges in Montana to talk about how we can work with them to start training people for when the facility is ready to be open. So right now, you know, plans can't really move forward until we have a place for it, a specific place, which ideally would happen sooner rather than later. So if CSKT doesn't want to donate land, Little Shell is ready to go. They have the land mapped out. And the reason that's important is because the architects will design the facility specifically for the environment. So the kind of design that they do really depends on where it's going to be. So they have urban designs, they have rural designs, you know, designs for the space. So that's really important for them to move forward, even coming up with preliminary drawings. They have to know where it's going to be. So I would just appreciate that from council. If council is not interested in either donating land on or off the reservation, the sooner I can let the Red Shield 8 group know, the better. And see what else do I want to bring up with that? I think that's it.
Thank you, Jen. Is there any interest in a facility on res or off res on our property? Any thoughts? I know we've discussed it a little before and we've had several folks say that it might not be a grand idea to have here. Jobs are always enticing. Any thoughts? Go ahead, Lynn.
So did you mention that Little Shell had property that they were willing to?
Doesn't look like there's much movement toward. Yeah. Thank you, Jen. Last week I had the opportunity to go to a broadband boot camp. It was an interesting experience out in the middle of the desert in California. The fellow has a whole facility built where he has about 5 acres connected by the fiber optics and all the equipment that actually goes from a provider all the way to the house. Demonstrated all the facets of putting that equipment together to build a network. Truly a neat presentation. And they're capable, he and his partner are capable of bringing this boot camp to anywhere in the nation, as long as he has a place to do it. They can bring the equipment, materials, and they can show people all the aspects of building a network. And we have an opportunity here. My trip was actually financed by the Department of Commerce, Montana State Department of Commerce, which is interested in this, bringing this for the tribes. It was an actual tribal boot camp. The boot camp isn't the actual training of all the folks that might get the jobs. It's more an introduction to, with the very rudimentary start of the training and talking about the equipment and how the equipment connects and having people actually connect equipment. So they do get some training, but it's not the certification. And so Commerce now is inquiring where the certifications are. And it sounds like you get certification in a facility in Texas and one in New York. And so they're putting together plans to visit those so that we can actually know about certification as well. But, Little Shell also is interested in the broadband situation, and so the next step that we're looking at is possibly bringing the boot camp, maybe even to the reservation here. And I want to talk to Salish Kootenai College and see if they might host that. And then, the fellow in charge of it, Matt, basically said that they like to train about 70 people, present to about 70 people. And so, I'm thinking we advertise it to the community as well as bring in high school seniors and see if we can't put together a body of folks that could look at this, and it's really a test to see if they're interested in this kind of work, is what it really is. Open the door for them to see what it's about. Questions you might have about that and the trip? It was a good trip. Go ahead, Martin.
Would we be able to set our own eligibility requirements for this boot camp?
The invitation would be pretty wide open, yeah. And it's for tribes, for tribal people. So I believe we could do the inviting. One of the things I found quite amazing was I didn't know that just one filament of fiber, smaller than your hair, could probably supply service to all of Pablo, given the right equipment. I didn't know it was it had that capacity. And so when you put a cable down that has 72 fibers in it, that's a huge capacity. And if we lay that all the way around our reservation, the doors open to so much. So, other questions? I'm hoping that to follow up and get the possibility of the boot camp. I'll be talking to the folks that are dealing with our broadband grant, as well as SKC and IT, to see if we can establish interest to bring this here. So, the one other issue that came up that was presented, I got a letter from Eagle Bank. In the effort to attract and retain the most qualified, capable members, the board of directors of Eagle Bank have determined it prudent to modestly increase the board's compensation. Presently, each board member is paid $400 per month retainer and a $200 per meeting fee. The board intends to increase the retainer and per meeting fee by $100 each, with an additional $100 per month for the chairman of the board. As this compensation level is on par with peer banks and is considered reasonable given the personal liability accepted by bank board members. There's an additional layer of risk for the bank board members compared to non-bank board positions. Bank board members can be held personally liable, subject to civil and monetary penalties for any compliance violations found to be damaging to customers. Because of this, it can be challenging to find willing board members. Therefore, it is believed the modest increase in compensation is justified to retain and attract the best possible board members for the bank. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns. We intend to implement this new plan September 1, 2024. This is our board, so I wanted to make sure we were aware what they were up to, and yes, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, I'm making the assumption that they have board insurance. They don't?
Can't answer that, but I would assume that as well. Any other thoughts about this raise? Go ahead, Len.
Isn't it just a board decision? They don't really need our approval, right?
I Can't answer that. It's our board, and I would believe that we control the rate, that we compensate our boards. So, yeah. So I think we have to concur if we're willing to do that.
And we're the ones doing the compensating of the board, so it would be a council action on this, right?
I would believe so.
And,
Go ahead.
kind of per this discussion, that is an issue with all of our boards, that we have a hard time recruiting and compensation, whether it be good or bad, that people are doing it for that, does attract people. I know we've talked about that before, about all of our boards getting something for their time, so, not today, but down the road, we should probably pick up that conversation.
Should I request Eagle Bank come in then and make this request? Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, well, I can agree with Martin more heartily. You really want to attract as best people we can for these boards. But I would like to make sure if it's a limiting factor is board insurance, that we provide board insurance for every board that we have and protect that liability and concern. So that's not a factor for someone. I don't want to do that, because if we make a mistake, I'm going to lose all my personal assets as a board member. That can't be a operational consideration for people, as certainly not a good recruitment tool. So I would like to have, if that's not happening, I'd like to have that brought forward. But otherwise, I think fair compensation, I don't have any problem with the rate they're asking for at all, actually.
Well, should we approve it? Is there any objection to this raise? No objection. I'll contact Ralph. And I'll do the looking into the board insurance question. Yeah, that's a necessary thing. And then the third thing I wanted to bring up was the retreat we had yesterday. I want to thank everybody for coming and expressing all your concerns. The hope I had was that we could at least identify a lot of the problems that we've been wanting to deal with. The problems and maybe the target of what kind of results that we'd want to see instead of some of the results that we are seeing. And I think we worked a long ways toward that. I know Jordan is putting together basically all the notes that we have from yesterday. And so I'm expecting we should have those in our hands by next week. Any other thoughts from anybody? Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I was really saddened to see Rick was offered nothing and he resigned. So I was really saddened about that. And yeah, I had a conversation with him, and so I kind of felt like that's what he was feeling. But he's a tribal member, and the rest of the executives are tribal members too, except Greg. And I hope we take that into consideration if we're just wiping them all out. I mean, it's not where I want to go. And I'm sorry, I've had medical issues, and it's not fun to have. And so I can't sit in the room and, it was really bothering me, so I had to leave. But, and I don't want to make excuses for myself or, I think the council does good work, but sometimes I think we just get so negative that and just really sad to see him no longer here. I mean, there was a lot of good things he did in the bank, the post office. I mean, just a lot of the financial things and his knowledge there, I think could really take this tribe a long ways. And now he's, by the wayside, but I'm just saddened to see him go. And, I'll make that statement at the quarterly. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any other thoughts about yesterday's retreat? And, I expect we'll have a good discussion when Jordan brings in all the notes. So. So he's acting. I think we do need to make the decision that fairly soon, about re-advertising. Yeah. We're in open right now.
I thought the retreat was really good for us to just focus on some of the issues that we need to focus on, as a council. It was nice to have some focused time to do that. And, one thing I would like to say, I would like to see with every department that serves children, that there be cross evaluations. That any program that serves youth, that the youth have an opportunity to evaluate the services that they are receiving. Because I think right now they do not have a voice. And they're the ones receiving the services. We need to know how effective those services are regarding our children. In any program, I mean, obviously not 4-year-olds at early childhood services, but I think high school and above should be, all the programs that serve kids high school and above should be cross-evaluated.
Thank you, Jen. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I look forward to the follow-up materials that we requested from Jordan. In particular, the evaluation rates for employees and how that's going. So I really look forward to the information that we've asked.
Thank you, Tom. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I just thought Jordan did a really great job of making it a productive meeting and having actionable steps moving forward with timelines. And I would like to see us do more of that as we move forward with all of our business, have actionable steps with timelines. I thought Jordan did an excellent job facilitating that.
Thank you. If there isn't anything else, we'll go into executive real quick for Jennifer's other issue. Out of regular into executive. Go ahead, Daniel.
I forgot to add it to the agenda. I just thought about it. I got a quick trip report and an update on the OD mapping workshop that was yesterday, whenever we get a moment.
If it's in open, let's go ahead with it, Danielle, since I don't see Scott real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I went to the MMIP task force meeting in Great Falls on June 19th. It was a productive meeting. They're going to be facilitating a search and rescue training course September 20th through the 22nd. They're looking for 3 people from each reservation to receive this training, looking for law and order, fish and game, tribal council. Those dates I won't be able to attend. I've got a memorial for my brother during that time. So I'm just need help looking for those 3 people that we'd like to send over for that training. And then at Tribal Health yesterday, they had that OD mapping, and that was pretty interesting to see what Tribal Health is working on as far as bringing some of the software into our area. It maps where overdoses are happening at. Law and order, or tribal law and order is already on this system. So it'll really help us identify hot spots and where we need to funnel resources moving forward. So, yeah, Joanna Hazen, Kathy Ross, they're really doing some good things for us as far as our opioid crisis. That's all I had.
Thanks, Daniel. Come on up, Scott. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. Today I have a contract for engineering services for a Safe Streets for All action plan. It's a master services agreement and a task order for DJ&A. RFQ was put out and DJ&A was selected for doing this safety action plan for us. Attached is the contract or the master services agreement. And this does all the, it's for a grant that we received. And this will do a study across the whole reservation about the safety of all the roads on the reservation, county, state, and tribal roads. So the action requested, I guess, is the council approval to award the master services agreement 24-146 and a task order for a Safe Streets for All safety action plan to DJ&A in the amount not to exceed $460,000.
Any questions or comments? Were there more applicants to do this besides DJ&A?
They were the only response for this one.
Only response?
Yeah.
Motion by Martin to approve the contract. DJ&A. Second by Tom. All in favor? Eight, four. Jennifer, are you approving the contract? All unanimous. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Make our reservation safe.
Yes.
Heard about
One question.
Go ahead, Tom.
I see Carrie's here and Scott, so there's been at least 2 elk incidents down there at Post Creek. Is there some warning signs? Is there something new going on or more that's happening there that we need to let people know on Highway 93? I know a bus hit an elk and then someone else hit an elk there.
I hadn't heard of it yet.
I didn't know if there was something we could have MDOT do or I don't know.
Yeah, we haven't heard of the vehicle incidents, but we have in our discussions on the Post Creek Bridge noted to MDT that there had been tribal employees had been noticing elk waiting to cross the road in kind of that area. We do know that they are coming out of and kind of following a lot of our mitigation properties kind of along that Post Creek corridor out of the missions there. And so I know that Whisper was looking into getting some of those like reader board signs put up just to kind of warn people, and I can follow back up on that to see where it was. I can't remember if we were talking with MDT on that or who we were talking to, but I'll make sure to follow up on that, especially if there have been collisions on it. There, as far as the elk population, like anything different, there isn't anything like integrally different with the population. They're just sort of expanding and then following that mitigation habitat kind of right down the corridor through the highway. So that was something in our conversations about the design of that Post Creek Bridge structure. We made sure to, you know, again, making sure it's efficient for grizzly bears to use, and cross the highway there, but we did also let them know that that is an increasing, corridor for elk as well. So that just to kind of emphasize the need for fencing and other things in that area for that project.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carrie. I guess the uniqueness here is that these were broad daylight collisions, not nighttime with elk in a location there that I thought, well, maybe something, they're just not seeing them quick enough and maybe there needs to be some kind of warning device or something. I don't know.
I do have variable message boards. I have 2 of them that I can put up that we'll be using at the powwows, and afterwards, I guess we can work with you and get a good message out there just to raise awareness, I guess. And I'll work with MDT to get permission to put them along the highway.
Thank you.
Ben,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say, another thing I don't see down there is any more deer signs coming from Arlee to here. You don't see any more deer crossing signs either on along the highway. So I don't know if the highway department took them down or what happened, but I don't see any more on the highway.
Okay, I'll bring that up to our next meeting with the MDT.
Danielle?
Thank you, Scott. While you're here, just if you'll do me a favor and look into, I don't know who maintains Hoskins Landing Lane there, just so I can contact the right people to maybe get that. It's just, the ruts are so huge in there, it's really hard to drive through right now to get river access down there. So,
Does that go over the railroad tracks too? Or
yeah,
is it?
it
Okay.
does.
Okay. Yep.
Thanks, Scott. I guess you're up, Carrie.
Smooth transition. Thanks everyone for having me in today. I will be talking about pages 23 and 24 in your council packet, agenda packets there. So these waterfowl, pheasant, migratory waterfowl, and upland game bird regulations have kind of gone already through the process, and we're at the very end. You know, we have presented them to the culture committees. We've come in, gotten approval to submit them to the 30-day public comment period. That is closed. And then we have gotten, well, actually, there's another step in there where we get permission from the Flathead Indian Reservation Fish and Wildlife Board to present them to council to open them up to public comment. Public comment has closed, and so we just last week got approval from that FIR, Fish and Wildlife Board, to finalize these regulations, and so we're presenting them to you this week to do the final approval for that so that we can get them printed and out to the distributors before the season starts. And I don't know if I put in the changes. Yep, so the only changes to the draft that you guys would have seen earlier this year was that one of the Fish and Wildlife Reservation Board members wanted to see the license information in it so that it would be easier for folks to know what licensing requirements were required for to be accessing tribal lands and to be hunting waterfowl there. So we did include that on page 3. But other than that, we didn't receive during the comment period. No, I'm going too far back. There we go. We did not receive any additional comments through that public comment period. And so then today we're just requesting final approval to go forth with these regulations for 24 and 25.
Motion by Carol to go forward with these regs for 24 and 25. Second by Tom. All in favor? Unanimous.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you,
That
Carrie.
was all for me today.
Thanks, Carrie.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have Joe Durglo presenting. We're gonna have John Wheeler and Kathy Ross present. And I will have their resolution up. Joe had to reschedule his, so they will be on.
Welcome Kathy, welcome John. Morning.
Remember to do this. Okay, I'm here on behalf of the tour grant through Tribal Health. I am submitting a new grant through SAMHSA to continue basically some of the same services and programs that we've already been doing. This is basically a continuation grant. It's not a whole new set of activities that we're doing. And I apologize for doing this very late. I probably wouldn't have remembered it all, but I ran into John yesterday and we were talking about the grant and he said, "Oh, did you do the resolution?" And I went, "Oh, no, I did not." So I apologize, that's on me. This is a 5-year grant. Normally we have a 2-year grant cycle, but they graciously gave us 5 years this time, which is nice because with the 2-year grant, you just get everything up and running and then you have to start writing a new one. So, yes. Oh, sorry, that looked like you had a question.
Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for coming in. I just make the motion to approve the opioid response project grant resolution, and thank you for all you do.
Carol?
I'll second it, and I appreciate the ads that are on the radio with Mr. Stiegel.
Oh, yes,
Good, thank you.
yep. He's the voice. I've made him kind of coerced him into doing that. He does a good job at it. Thank you. Yeah.
We have a motion by Martin, a second by Carol to approve the opioid project resolution. All in favor? Unanimous.
Lemons, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
John, your hair looks good too.
Huh?
Said your hair looks good too.
Oh, does it? Why is it all over the place?
I just wanted to feel like, you know,
Yeah, I had to say something.
So you said Joe's coming in another day?
Yeah, he is. He's coming in with a group on the 15th.
Okay, so we're up to Michelle.
Yeah, but did you guys want a quick break while I get him set up?
Quick break. 10-minute break. That donut's calling you, Tom.
Recording in
Hello.
Morning, James.
Morning. I just got in the vehicle at the airport, so had a delay. Had to stay overnight and just got in the truck, so I'll be on as far as I can be, so.
Appreciate that, James.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to get out of parking here, but I'll try to stay on.
Asquith, welcome. Come on up.
Specia. We're here today requesting permission to, or not permission, but requesting you to approve our collections policy. When we had the fire, all of our records, most everything that wasn't on the computer was lost. That included the original collections policy. So we wrote the grant to IMLS to reestablish our collections management program with 3 chiefs. Under that grant, we hired Amy Webster. She's a curator that's been working with 9 Pipes. And she's led the helm of the collections management program to get back up and installed again. So she's done a lot of research. She's brought in a lot of her own expertise at writing collections policies. I did have one on my computer that did survive the fire, and that was one that was in progress of being rewritten. So she took that and worked on that with the staff and rewrote it, and that's what you have in front of you today is the current collections policy that we would like to have approved. And the collections policy for 3 chiefs curation basically establishes guidelines of care and guidelines for the staff to be able to follow, to make sure that we're following the correct procedures to care for the collections and the archives that are there at 3 chiefs. So if you have any questions, I know that the pages are numbered. If there's any questions that you have, we're here to answer those today also for you. Amy, do you have anything you want to add? Jerry? What's your talk button? Oh, yeah. I don't. Questions, comments? Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. The collections policy has been reviewed by legal and approved. We also took them to both culture committees and had the elders to review them. We made their suggested changes in the collections policy, so it's been approved by both elders committees as well.
Any questions? Entertain a motion to accept the policy. Motion by Martin to accept the collection policy. Second by Bing. All in favor? We're unanimous.
Thank you very much.
We have one question for you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. Hey, Marie, good to
Hi.
see you. I just have a question. I just wanted to know where we are with the new 3 Chiefs Center that has moved forward at all, or if anybody's met with you or talked to you guys.
No, we've had one meeting with Patty Hibbler last winter, and kind of just gave her our list of wants or needs, and any visions that we've had for a future center, but we haven't had any other meetings or no contact. And that's actually a question we wanted to ask too, if we can move forward with the design and selection of a site for the center, and then to move forward with the design of the building itself. I do have tribal member Bill Swaney. You guys know Bill. He works with a group out of Missoula, and they do different types of projects. I know the last 2 years ago, I was on a committee with them when we worked with Two Eagle River School, the students on some cultural components within the school, and they're looking forward to doing that again. But him and his group have reached out to me that they want to help 3 Chiefs with either the search for an architect or work with the tribes and the 3 Chiefs for a design of that center. And it would be at no cost to us from them and their group. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the group.
That sounds like a good offer, good way to maybe get it moving forward. And
Mhm.
I know that there are several, well, I only know two. I think Tom knows one or two of native-owned architecture firms.
Yeah.
So there's probably more than that. I just know of two, and I actually know four, because I think I know two of the ones Tom knows of. Tom has a friend and a relative
Mhm.
who's an architect. And then, actually, I know three others.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
and I serve on the Montana Historical Society's stakeholders group for their exhibit design of the new Cultural Heritage Center there. And their architect is a tribal member, and he's
That's Major Robinson.
yes.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's my
Robinson.
buddy, yeah.
Yeah, and he's done an excellent job with the design of their facility and yeah, so I would just like to get us moving forward as well, so.
Yeah, I would like to see that move forward too. So I guess I don't know what the next step is on our end, but that hasn't moved forward since I've been on council and it needs to.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
And when I did, well, we had an exhibit at the University of Montana's, their new Montana Heritage Center there, and I did a presentation the week before the exhibit closed and talked about the purpose of the People Center, how it started in the beginning, all the steps that we've gone through, and then the fire, the devastation, and how we're rebuilding. And a lot of people that are part of the museum, friends of that museum, spoke up and offered their assistance either for contributions or helping us to get the word out for fundraising. So the director of that program has a list of people that are interested in helping. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that want to help us. I think we just need to get moving on it and, you know, set some direction so that people know where we're going. And yesterday we did interviews with S&K Technologies. They're doing a video presentation. Well, it's going to be on their website. It'll be available to us too, but they've not only included three chiefs in our story and what we do, but also the Bison Range has been included and in Kusum. And that'll be something that they do on their part of giving back to the tribe. So they're going to be helping us to also get the word out that we are also looking for a new facility and, you know, what our end product is going to be. So hopefully that will open the doors for us more for fundraising. And I know that we have a certain amount of money for rebuilding, but it's not going to be what we need to rebuild the facility that we're looking for. The other question that I do have is, when are they going to demolish the building that is still standing, the frame that is still standing? I get a lot of people that stop at Three Chiefs and they're always asking us. They go there and then they realize it's not there anymore, it's not open, and then they find us eventually. I know it looks like it's stable from the outside. When you first pull in, it still looks like, you know, they ask us, why isn't it open? Why aren't you guys there? And when they heard we moved back to Pablo, they thought we were back in that building. And I have to explain to them that the fire marshal had told us after the fire that the facility is not stable for rebuilding unless it's totally demolished, because of the heat of the fire has damaged a lot of the bricks stability. So, but yeah, I would like to see that demolished and leveled and let the place, I don't believe that it's healing the way it is right now. And I believe that the earth there needs to also heal like we are.
Tom? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jen, for bringing up the question, and you're bringing it up anyway. It's kind of been an evolution that I've watched in how we've been trying to raise money and go to givers and foundations that have stuff, and it's been a real slow rise. But now we have Friends of the Flathead Reservation site, and we're talking about actually creating a position to help do that. I mean, we've hosted funders tours where we've had these foundations come through and raise particular issues, and we put together packets. It's been an evolution, and I would really love to see that fully functioning, because there is money out there, and it's the ask, it's having your ducks in a row, and and be, very confident of what you're doing and what your proposal is. And so I think we're gonna get there. I think we're gonna end up with a beautiful, facility. And to me, I like to put things together and try to double down on services that are at one site, but that's a consideration for the site location. Thank you.
Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I think the first thing is that, we haven't had any money to move forward, and so then it gets on a slow track, but I think, is there any money for architecture at all? Do you know?
I don't know that.
Okay, so that would be number one. I think council could almost appropriate that. It's probably gonna cost a couple $100,000 to, get a preliminary design, and then from that point on, maybe even consider hiring a firm that will, help us raise money. I mean, there's definitely a technique to it when we did the Boys and Girls Club. Need the right people, the right connections. And so I think that's probably the next step, but I know Tom has had some ideas on how to get some funding, and we just need to pursue it a little bit more. I think it's a back burner issue right now. Cause we've got the building or the travel center in Elmo that's proposed. We've got the bathhouse. I mean, and so really it gets put on the back burner, and until we can identify funds for those things, I think we're just kind of like, you guys come in, then they come in, and somebody else comes in. And it never really comes to fruition. I almost think we need to prioritize these things. I'm not, it's gonna be hard to prioritize because they're all very important, but I think we need to do that first as a council and then get whatever it moving forward first and second and third. Of course, you guys are displaced, so I think that most likely should be a priority for us. But yeah, have we selected, is there a selection location yet?
No,
Or is
there's-
that still up in the
Yeah,
air?
that's still up in the air, and I believe that decision needs to be made before we can move forward on
Right?
anything else. And, yeah, I would like that decision to be made, and then I feel that I can move forward with trying to seek out, direction of anything else.
And they almost seem like baby steps, but I think if we can get those things taken care of, then we're to the point where, okay, now we should be raising money. Well, we're raising money all along. But
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah,
There's too many questions to be answered, and I think it's all over the place. So I hope
Yeah.
that we can, narrow it down as a council and
Me too.
along with your staff. I mean, we don't make those decisions. We usually go with your recommendations. So whatever we can do, let's get it forward. I guess
Yeah.
you need to drive the bus.
okay, I will put that in drive and get moving on it. It's really frustrating on our end being in a temporary facility again that has no room for a museum. And a museum is what we're about. But we don't have the space to do a museum correctly in there. We have one room that has fire suppression, and that's where any of the artifacts that came back from the fire, only those will be displayed in there for their safety. The other exhibit room we have is an old office space we've turned into more of a contemporary exhibit space. So, and the photos can be displayed in there too. But I think our main focus should be the museum. I love what our gift shop is doing, but our museum is kind of lost in the shuffle. And I want to bring that back to the forefront of who we are.
Just a minute, Jim. And they do have a couple of priorities at Three Chiefs that haven't been met yet in terms of an emergency exit downstairs and also better access for our folks to get downstairs.
Right.
Those two things are still things needed by Three Chiefs, and I've asked about them, but I haven't seen any action yet. So I'll keep asking, Marie.
Okay, thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, I'm disheartened that it hasn't moved forward, and I apologize for that because, what you guys are doing is you're protecting objects that are sacred to our tribe. That is very important, and you guys are the first point of contact for a lot of people who visit here to learn about who we are, and that's also very important. And I know you guys do a lot of programming with kids, and I saw that you're doing a lot of classes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you guys are doing a lot for the community. So I would think that the first thing would be the site selection, because one thing I learned about working on this other project with Red Shield 8, that determines what kind of, not, it determines the kind of building that could go there, depending on what the site is, where it is. And I know you have some preferences for that, right? You want it to be centrally located? So I think that should be taken into consideration too, is where you guys would like to be, where you think it would be the best. Since you guys are the ones doing the work, your input is really important.
Thank you.
Tricia?
So, thank you, Councilwoman Finley, for stating that, because certainly for the design of any building, you really need to know where that building's going to be placed. So site selection will be very important. Also, in regards to launching a capital campaign, normally with a capital campaign, you've got not your full architectural drawings, but you've got your concept in place. And that concept has had a cost for that structure put to it. Because as people donate to capital campaigns, they really want to know what they're donating for. And sometimes foundations and others are interested in donating money for a piece of that or a particular section. So those are processes that we'll want to put in place as we put together that funding package for Three Chiefs moving forward. And that's really knowing the site selection, bringing on an architect to work with them to put together those conceptual drawings that we can then attach a budget to. I was honored to work with them last December and really kind of see what their vision is moving forward. It really is focused on the museum and being really a showcase for CSKT as people maneuver through our reservation. We even talked about some of the exhibits that could be virtual, some of the education that they could do would be virtual. So they're really thinking into the next kind of century and really bringing our exhibits to help educate people across the masses. And so they have some beautiful ideas. We need to see what we can do to kind of launch it moving forward. As next steps, I'll follow up with Greg Spar and see where we're at with the insurance claim. I know last I knew it was still open. I'm not sure if it's been closed and we know exactly what those dollars that we have in to use towards this project, but what Marie said is very correct. What we're getting from insurance will not be everything that we need to build Three Chiefs the way the vision is. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yeah, Patricia, what would be the next steps for site selection? Because that would determine a lot of things, and at least it would move this project forward. So what needs to happen for a site selection? And then back to Marie's other question about the demolishment of the old center.
Yeah, those are wonderful questions. I think regarding site selection, it might be helpful to have Three Chiefs kind of brainstorm on particular communities of where the site could or should be from and justify that. Bring that to council, bring lands in, and then begin to see what sites are available that might be options and start to narrow it down in that way. Because there's going to be certain requirements for the site for the facility and the way that they are envisioning it, acreage wise, et cetera, for the outdoor experience that they want to build as part of the museum. I think that might be a start. And then once you have your site selection, then you can begin to engage your architect. Because everything the architect does is really going to be based on the location and the vision for what the building could and might look like. And then as for demoing the current building, I think that's something, that can be advised on from facilities and lands. So I can certainly follow up with them and see what next steps might be to demo. I don't think we're good at demoing things. I'll just say that. I don't see a lot of things being demoed that, probably could or should be demoed, but it's time for us to figure out what we need to do to be able to do that moving forward.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Carol.
Wonder if it'd be okay to ask MMM or whatever, the SKMM, what it would cost to demolish it? Or if-
There was also
Mary Rose?
a thought about, putting it out for salvage. Seeing if somebody bid to buy get the salvage of it, so. All those. Thank you, Marie, Jerry. Amy. Lynn?
I have one issue I need to, discuss with the council here just really quick. Yesterday, I got a call from Phyllis Matthias, and Phyllis wanted to offer some beadwork, to sell to the tribes. In the past, we've typically, purchased beadwork from Phyllis, and one of the primary reasons why we bought it was to fill our gift box. So we always have gifts for dignitaries that come in and things like that. So she'll be coming in today and requesting to see if we're interested in purchasing some of the beadwork from her. I didn't have an answer for her yesterday. I just told her to come in and see what council does, but we have done this with her in the past.
Thank you, Lynn. Go ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, on that note, Phyllis is the one that beaded the chairman's gavel. So I asked her to do that, about 20 years ago, whatever. So that's her beadwork that is there on the handle of the chairman's gavel, by the way.
Thank you, James. Good morning. We'll go out of regular into executive. Motion by Carol to increase dire needs budget for this year by 90,000. Second by Lynn, and all in favor, unanimous. Unanimous.
All right.
Thank you.
Before to everybody, I'll be on leave. I'll be back on the 23rd.
Go ahead, Martin.
Where are we at with, tiny home policy?
My home policy is ready to go. I'll bring it in before I go.
Thank you, Patricia. Jen.
Dan wants to go into executive.
Okay. Thank you.
So we had 4 action items for the council's consideration, Mr. Chairman. The first one was a letter from the tribes to DEQ concerning consultation.
Motion by Martin, second by Carol. All in favor? Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Our second letter we're seeking approval of, Mr. Chairman, is a letter to Senator Murkowski concerning contract support costs.
Motion by Carol. Second by Danielle. All in favor? Unanimous.
The third letter we're seeking approval, Mr. Chairman, is a letter to the Senate Committee on Agricultural Nutrition and Forestry concerning the Farm Bill and,
Motion by Carol. Second by Martin. All in favor? Unanimous.
and then the last, action item, Mr. Chairman, is, modification of the tribal legal department org chart, changing the legal secretary position to a legal secretary assistant position and, adding one advocate prosecutor and one criminal prosecutor to the org chart.
Motion by Danielle. Second by Bing. All in favor? Unanimous.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members.
Ryan.
Appreciate your time.
Got your letters, Brian.
Yeah,
got pretty beadwork, they said.
yeah.
So,
Glenn was saying
I couldn't find my bag so I had to use
Okay.
Walmart.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council,
How
Chairman, members of the council, so, she's got a whole variety of beadwork here. She's asking 1,500. This is stuff that we typically use to give to the dignitaries that come to the tribes and that we use for gifts. So I would like to just, suggest that we just purchase the entire set at their asking cost, and, so we'll be stocked up.
Thank you.
Everybody agrees with that?
Yeah, you would need to come and see you guys.
Well, we'll come back out of recess. Come on up, S&K Technologies. We'll go out of regular into technology shareholder. Good afternoon. Thank you, Teresa. I'll take one. Lamb. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we do have minutes from our last shareholders meeting. I suppose we should look at those to get started, huh? Minutes from the last shareholders meeting from April 11th, 2023. I did. It's been since April. Wow. Everybody had a chance to see the minutes? Motion by Martin to accept the April 11th, 2023 minutes. Got a motion. Can I get a second? Second by Len. All in favor? We got 2, 4, 6, 7, 4, and I'm abstaining. I was not present for the good chunk of the meeting. I remember that.
I wasn't here.
Danielle's abstaining also. With that, I guess it's your show, Chad, Bob.
Good afternoon. We're grateful for the rain this afternoon. It was starting to dry up pretty darn quick. It is always an honor to address the tribal council, especially in this role as chairman of S&K Technologies. My comments are going to be brief, but I want to make one point that your company is doing well and is in good hands. As a person who's been on the board for quite a few years now, the team that Chad has put together, the board that this tribal council as shareholders put together, I think really gives us the flexibility, the wisdom, and the direction that we need moving forward. There's a lot of unknowns coming up. Chad's going to touch on a lot of that, but it was truly an honor to meet with all of you in October and talk about the good fortune of the company. And of course, it's all of our goal to to make sure that continues. And I think we're in a good position to do that. I just want to introduce also, well, I shouldn't introduce, you know these folks better than I do, but Kevin Howlett, who's vice chairman and heads our educational committee, and been on the board, I've had for 6 years now. And then Teresa Wall McDonald, who joined us early this year, and she's already made significant contributions. So we're really excited. Pete White, I think, was planning on calling in and being available electronically today. Is the fourth board member?
He's on?
Yeah, is he on? Okay, good. Is Jeff Asanya from Maryland, who has been really an interesting addition. He comes from the industry, so he has a perspective that none of us have and has been very valuable to this board. So with that, I'll turn it over to our CEO, who's in our 6th year already as CEO. It's surprising to me that, you know, it seems like it just keeps going faster and faster. But with that, Chad, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, much like Bob, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to come in front of tribal council. As I told the staff at the Monday morning meeting this week, it's an incredible honor to get to come and brag about a company and work that everybody else does. I get to oversee it. I get to be the spokesperson for some incredible efforts done across the United States, locally and including around the world. It's not often that a person gets to take credit for the work of so many, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so because truly, and you'll see throughout the report, the company has been doing well, continues to do well, and we expect great things in the future. As Bob also mentioned, my key staff, we have, how we're organized into 4 business units. Those business units oversee markets of the company. But the lion's share of leadership is provided by 2 gentlemen behind me, Josh Mackey and Chris Che. Chris just joined us as the Chief Financial Officer last year and has done a great job in turning that around. Josh has now been here, I think, 5 years, a little over 5, and has provided great leadership for all of our support services. And so they're my balancing. They're the folks that I run things by, and it's a great opportunity for me, a great pleasure. With that, I'd like to start out with reminding that we redid a mission statement several years ago. The mission statement, the SNK family of companies is committed to providing the highest quality products and services to our customers in order to deliver the maximum dividend to our shareholder, the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, while ensuring long-term employment, education, social benefit to our employees, tribal members, and local communities. That was set several years ago, and we bring it up, and we make sure that the decisions that we're making continue to bolster what that mission is and understand why we're here, why SNK is a company, and who the shareholder is and the needs of the shareholder as we go along. But with that, every year we organize this, the shareholder report in the past, the present, accept that? Okay. I can't repeat all that. Oh, good, because I made most of that up. No, so duplicating it is pretty hard. When we look at the past is of SNK is not only the 25 years now that it's been in business and a few years that it was a division prior to that, but locally and more in the recent past is the audit and the dividend. I took and built the shareholder brief based on, if you take the audit and tear it apart for the key financial indicators based out of the audit, here they are in a comparison with the last couple of years. S&K did $498 million in top line revenue. That's about, call it 30 down from the years previous. There's a couple particular reasons for that, but the main one is, and some of you have heard about the PROS contract. The PROS was the $4 billion 15-year contract won several years ago. S&K was unsuccessful in the recompete of the PROS 6 contract. When that was announced, we had staffing problems. I mean, that not many people want to stay around in a problem or in a situation that's going away. The company that was successful in the PROS 6 contract spent 11 months standing that contract up, failed, and it was stripped from them. That contract has since been canceled, and there's going to be a PROS 7 competition going forward. But S&K expects to receive the last 2 option years and the 5 closeout years to complete the full 15 years that we were expecting on that contract. 2 parts to that. One is it was a painful lesson when we lost in the right now it's hard to staff. I'm quite certain the council understands how hard it is to staff. Well, it's hard to staff everywhere. But the other thing that I think S&K can take away from it is the incredible job that our folks in the field have done. A company that has 40,000 employees took 11 months and they couldn't do it. We've been doing it for about 14 years. Like I said, there's good and bad to everything, and I think that shows a great part to what we do. Second line is probably the most important. I see there's $40.1 million in net income from 23. That's up from about 18 to 19 million in the previous 2 years. We're expecting somewhere in the $53 million in 2024. Taking a quick lesson, a history lesson back down, S&K Aerospace won a contract that was called the F-15 Support Services Contract. That had incredible returns and it was incredible risk as well. That risk could have returned $0 over a 5-year contract because of the unknowns in what was out there. The management of that contract by our folks in the field made it easily the most profitable contract in the S&K Technologies history. You can look through General Dynamics, you can look through any of the big companies, and anybody would have been proud to have a contract that ended up like this one ended up, and how it was. That bolstered the net profits over it had part of our net profits over the last 2 years. It had a hand in our net profit from 23. It's going to have a hand in our net profit for 24. And it's gave us an opportunity to concentrate on business development, gave us an opportunity on growth for the future. But as we go down there, again, the dividend we expect to be 10 million. We've paid 5 million of that, and we expect the other 5 to come in, to be paid to the tribes in September. Cash and cash equivalents. I say this about every year. The audit is a spot in time as of October 1st of that year. Depending on what happened the week before, the month before, and the month after, a lot of these numbers, they change dramatically as you know, at $500 million a year, you're dealing with, what's that math turn out to be, 41 point something million dollars a month. Numbers change dramatically and they change fast. And so our cash on hand today is healthier than that. But you look at that and that's a snapshot. But per our October-November conversation, 24 million, if we're talking 40, let's round it to $42 million a month, we're talking 2.5 weeks of cash on hand at the 24. That's a scary number. You look at change in administration, you look at government shutdowns, you look at other things, and it's a low number for a corporation our size. I don't think S&K Technologies needs 6 months of cash on hand by any far shot of the imagination, but 2 weeks is under what we should, and that's where in that October-November conversation we're targeting 2 months, and that's what we're looking to build to over the next 4+ years is 2 months of cash on hand. that would be somewhere between the 85 and 105 million, depending on the growth of the corporation to withstand delays in government payments, the administration, virtually anything that's out there. And with the unknowns of the federal government, I couldn't possibly tell you all the risks that are truly out there, but there's a lot. As we go down here, the rest are, again, receivables, accounts payable. Those are snapshots. The other assets, the reason that's in there is at one time we had upwards of 20 million in other assets, which is goodwill. That was from the purchase of an outside company. Those things depreciate over time as that company is fully absorbed into SNK Technologies and is our assets from there forward. I expect that number to be low to zero and probably won't be shown in future numbers, as well as the notes payable. That was we borrowed $10 million to purchase ITI, and as of, I think, January, February, somewhere in there, that note has been fully paid. So we have no long-term debt either. So as we go down there, the last part on the bottom is the business concentration and tribal council of the past. One time, I believe that we maxed out at 92% business concentration with one customer. That simply an unhealthy position for the corporation and its diversity. So we've got that number down to under 70%. I expect that number to decrease in 2024 so that it looks better. Our diversification is improving on what we're going after, why we're going after it, and not having all of our proverbial eggs in one basket. So that so ultimately, those are the finances. We can go into them in a lot more detail, but if there's any question about the numbers, if not, we'll go into the other kind of nuances of the audit about how we did different things in some of the stuff, unless there's any questions. Perfect. As we go along, we get to the back end here. The main part is on the bottom. I guess the main statement is on the bottom of that first page, page 102 on what you have. SKT's audit was again classified as unqualified, which represents the best possible audit outcome. There was during this period of time, SKT was undergoing 5 different audits. As we've talked about in the past, throughout the year, SNK can go through as many as like 40 audits in a year based on truth in negotiation, pricing, incurred costs, all of those. The pros contract alone goes through quarterly audits all to itself. And we operate about 80 contracts right now. And so the number of audits that we could be subject to per year is immense. So to end up with unqualified, which is the only finding or the only classification SNK Technologies has ever had is unqualified, is a testament. And the bigger testament to that, and I'm going to praise Chris once again, but it's also a bit of a gauntlet that says we had an enormous turnover in our financial staff and senior financial staff over the last couple of years that has caused a relook at the policies, a relook at the procedures, a relook at how SNK does everything from our billing to our cash reconciliations and everything in between. A lot of that was, remembering when SNK started, between Greg, Dermot, and Rita, they were employees 1, 2, and 3 in the company. And they did what it took to get SNK rolling. And next thing you know, some 20 years later, we're a 1,000 employee corporation with 12 companies, 2 joint ventures. It's not the same. Although I cannot possibly praise those individuals enough, because we wouldn't be here having this conversation nor a $10 million dividend without their efforts. Things change between a 3-person corporation and a 1,000-person corporation. It's just the way it goes. And Chris is the right guy at the right time to bring us into the big to middle-sized corporations' policies and procedures. So page 2, it kind of gives you a breakdown of what the rest of this presentation is going to be about. If there are any other questions on the audit, we'll get to the fun stuff, and that's the dividend declarations over the past years. I think it's important to again look at what we've done and then look at where we're going. I am going to speed through this unless there's any questions. I'd be happy to answer today or in the future about some of the audit stuff. I guess the last thing in the audit is, as we're going through this, you're going to see some companies that have done real well, and you're going to see some companies that are negative, some companies that have done different things. We've looked at over since I started with SNK, which started on the board now, and so it's been 15, 16, 17 years. I try not to remember because it makes me feel old. That originally every company was intended to be profitable right off of the get-go. You have to be profitable, you have to get this, you have to do that. The reality is that you need to start companies for different reasons. You got to enter a market. Maybe that market's not profitable at the beginning because you don't jump into the gold contracts before you jump into the dirt contracts. You have to gain credibility. You have to earn the past performance. You have to do all of those things. And so when you're looking company by company, it's more than red and black. We talk about that with the board. We talk about that every month of why. And so you build budgets, and if your budget is that you're going to lose $1 million, but strategically that is important for the growth and the future of the company, losing $1 million isn't the worst part. The board has to look at that and say, is that an acceptable expense? Is it an acceptable investment as we move forward? Do we invest $1 million today for 10 tomorrow? It's a give and take, and I bring those options to the table. We talk about those with the board, remembering that I don't start companies. Tribal council creates companies. The board approves presidents of companies, and so there is a proper checks and balances that say that the whim of the company, the whim of the executive management, it doesn't go very far. The board has oversight, and ultimately only tribal council can create the LLCs that are put underneath of SNK Technologies. Then it's how we manage them and what we do for the future that, although the dividend of today is incredibly important, the dividend and needs of the tribe for future generations are going to be as, if not more important. So we continue to look at what that is as we build. If you guys are looking at the screen, I'm on the dividend piece. Again, it goes back to that, by September, we'll be at $81.55 million in dividend delivered since the company was started. The note that I really wanted to talk about here is with the agreement of tribal council, back in that October, November timeframe, in the next 4+ years, by September 2028, SKT expects to be operating with 2 months of cash on hand. Again, that's going to be somewhere between 80 and 105 million, depending. And will have delivered 124.6 million in lifetime dividends to the tribe. That's the agreement. That was what we talked about, that this year would be 10, next year would be a 3% increase. By the last year, I think that's 11.2 something. And then we'll look at that. If we have achieved all those goals, then we just come level set again. The board, tribal council, I hope to be present, hope to still be employed. It would then come and level set again. What is the next goal? What is the next series of dividends as we move forward? And so that the tribe can have a knowingly sustainable growth from SNK Technologies that you guys can make decisions on long term. That I say that's a benefit to you. The truth is it's clearly a benefit to the company as well to know what the expectations are of SKT and how do we grow into those expectations. But that number, I had to add it a couple times, 124.6 by 2028. I thought I'd misprinted that or added that wrong. An incredible goal to set. and I don't have any reason to believe that we won't make it. As we go along, again, we'll get to this real quick. Again, yeah, I will. That's a good call. Again, our board chairman is Mr. Gochi, Mr. Howlett is vice chairman, Pete is the secretary treasurer, and then Jeff and Teresa. As you can see with their terms, as we're going along, Jeff is the board member up for appointment this year, and then will be Bob. And as we go along, I understand and appreciate the appointment of the board members from council. As you look in front of you, I am here to tell you this is a challenging board, and I appreciate that incredibly. This board does not just go along with things; they add, they question, and although as anybody who's questioned before, it gets frustrating, and I imagine it's frustrating from their side and mine. But I couldn't be more impressed and happy with the board that the council has put for SNK Technologies because of the importance of the work that SNK Technologies does. It needs an engaged and challenging board. Sometimes a little more challenging than I would like, but I appreciate that very much, that the forethought from the council to put folks that are on this board on the board for the reasons that they do. But again, the corporation is organized into the 5 pieces, the 4 business units, and then the corporation. Corporation provides those support services, finance, IT, HR contracts, facility security, all of those things, while the LLCs are overseen to be the profit and loss centers that continue to bring in the much needed contracts. One of the things, and Bob just brought it up, and Mike stopped by the office when you guys were up at the building earlier this week, that building is fully closed. That is an SNK Technologies asset at this point in time. I wish I got a chance to show off what that is for a purchase. It's 69.25 acres, give or take, that protects that view shed up there and provides an incredible opportunity. The encouragement to do that from council in that same October meeting, I wasn't sure that was the right thing for SNK Technologies to do overall, but I am absolutely convinced it's the right thing for the tribe to do. And so with that, we're going to take a look at what the use of that building is, have an engineer look at space and usage and how to bring that up to an SNK standard going forward. And it's as you folks have used that conference room, I don't know that there's a better place to show off the tribe, to show off the lands, to show off than there. I hosted everything that the tribe brought in, the comptroller of currency, to legislators and everybody else. It's an incredible place to show what the reservation is, and the quite honestly, what it means. I mean, I'm telling you, that view is something else, as you've all seen. But that closed probably 3-4 weeks ago, and so I'm excited to say that is a SNK/tribe asset now, and we'll do the best that we can with bringing that forward to, like I said, the standards that it needs to be. Sir.
Do you know what our annual tax bill is on that property, right offhand?
I looked at it when we were purchasing it. I think it's somewhere around 25. And although you didn't ask, I can. It's about 22 down in Mission on that one too. And that's back in that October meeting. We talked about what is the right disposition of that. Is it turn that as a dividend to the tribes, to hold on to it, to sell it to? I don't know what that is, but clearly I think that having it in possession makes it an opportunity for the tribes, however that right distribution or disposition is into the future. We'll figure that out. As we go along, it shows where our locations are, there's the Wilson office. Again, it shows where the companies are. We've given in total lifetime scholarships, sponsorships and donations, 1.15 million. That doesn't include, which, we did kind of a study locally of what do our employees locally give to? What do they donate their time to? And it takes both sides of a page to look at what things locally that S&K gives to sponsors and is part of that is the same as our employees. We need that ability to be part of that with the millennial workforce, it's a different workforce totally. But they really do look at, are we the same care, the same responsibility? Do we have the same interests as the workforce? And so we take a long look at what our employees are interested in socially, and we do a lot the same. We give to those things that attracts a millennial workforce. It retains a millennial workforce. And quite honestly, I think it's the right thing to do across the board. It's a big thing for who we are. Again, we concentrate again on 8A. We look at Hub Zone. We take advantage of any of the small business administration things that give us the underlying past performance that gets us into some of those bigger and better contracts. Again, I'm going to skip through a bunch of this as we get into down to the bottom here. There we are. Get into the employee statistics. We continue to hover around 1,000 employees. We dip down to about 950. We're up to about 1,050 different times and places. We're at about 30, I think it's 28 tribal members and 3 descendants in the corporation right now. Looking at those, a giant majority are here local. When you're looking at contracts to do manning at, it's now Fort Novacell, as much as we want to, it's really, really hard to attract tribal employees to some of those aircraft maintainers and some of those other things. But we continue to look for what that is while we concentrate on the return for the tribes. Again, donations and sponsorships, we're at that 1.15 million lifetime. Remember, that's over a 25-year period of time. This year, we're at 70 year to date. That includes 10,000 to the Arley, 10,000 to Elmo powwows, Women for Wellness, the Bear Tracks, and a few others. I mean, there's some annual things that the tribes put out that we donate to and continue to look at as well.
Danielle.
Thanks, Chair. I know in the past you guys have donated to the MMIP projects and stuff through the tribe. Is that something you guys would be interested in doing again this year or put on your annual?
Sure. When we do the donations, we look for whatever's coming in. We look at our budget and make sure that we have the financial ability to do those. And then we look at the impact of what that is, right? And how many folks, but absolutely, this year, everything from, like I said, from Women for Wellness and all of those. And so whatever comes in, I would strongly recommend that those folks looking, if they meet our criteria, and there's the basic 5 somewhere in here, it talks about our 5 priorities. That number 1, we are a corporation. We do look at return on investment. Truth be told, I don't know that we've ever donated anything that has a return on investment. 2 is tribally affiliated. 3 is disadvantaged groups. 4 is youth and elderly, and 5 is local. If those meet those, and the more they check off, we have been very fortunate with our with the revenue and profit that we've had, and therefore we've got to maintain our we set it about $100,000 a year. And again, about 70 of that is pre-spoken for with powwows and things of that nature. But yeah, we've been fortunate to be able to maximize that year over year, so. But yeah, the Two Eagle celebration this year and some of those that come up, that's another one that I'm incredibly fortunate to be the point person on. From the hard work of the folks in SNK, I get to be the person who approves those. I get to be the person who gets thanked for those, when the truth of the matter is that it's better for SNK Technologies, and it's based on the hard work of the men and women of the corporation that have earned those monies for the tribe and for the corp. We're gonna quickly look at the 4 business units. One is aerospace. It's parts supply, MRO, which is maintenance, repair, and maintenance, repair, and overhaul. They're organized in such that they have very common things to them. We look at those to say, how do we use hub zone small business and not duplicate effort on full and open companies? That's why we split into business units back in 2018, 2019. And so the 4 is SNK Aerospace, Critical Mission Support. Oh, we're gonna blow by a couple of these. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, Critical Mission Support had some major turnover this year with the retirement of Binky Bowman. Binky did an outstanding job for us over the years, and I don't know that there was a better champion within SNK Technologies as a whole than Binky, and what she, how much she cared for the company and what she believed in the company. Her loss isn't necessarily in the whole business development or all those things. It's to get a group of 400 people, I think, and that's what's under CMSS, to get 400 people to believe in a vision and a mission, and that's what she did virtually better than anybody else. So Binky's retirement, although she still contacts me now and again and asks how we're doing, she's been a hard person to replace, an incredibly hard person. Luckily, she also put some pretty impressive people around her that took over. I expect that the bottom line will be unchanged because of her absence. It's that messaging. It is the who we are that is missing after Binky left, and so we continue to work on that. Critical Mission Support does more of the Fed Civ stuff. They do some of the NASA work. They do DOE. They're engaged in those type of activities. And Binky was replaced by a gentleman named John Denny, who spent a career in this workspace with NASA. Lots of contracts, lots of contacts, strong financial background. We look forward to some great things from John Denny. The next one is ESS, which is when we purchased when we bought ITI, we brought them in and split them into 2 companies, and one was International Towers LLC and one was SNK Security Group. Got 8A certified, we got Hub Zone, and so that construction arm of SNK Technologies is encompassed within the ESS group. They've had a couple times where they've fallen on hard times. This is where risk comes in, that when you're doing politically charged contracts, things like lighting fiber optic on the southern border, they were uniformly canceled, and it took about $100 million worth of backlog away from the company. It's those type of things that you look at. One of the things is we do look at, and Doug is still he's the general manager of ESS. But when you start looking at our companies across the board, one of the things I should bring to one of these is all of the awards that have been won by the companies for Small Business of the Year. I think we brought that in last year for S&K Aerospace. S&K Aerospace has won the 8A Graduate of the Year award. Those things that mean that we are fulfilling the intent of SBA, fulfilling those intents to the maximum extent possible and continuing to be successful into the future. It's quite impressive, quite amazing that what started out as a vision in 1999 as a single 8A company, S&K Technologies, Inc. And then once 2005, when they graduated, they're like, okay, now what do we do? Umbrella company, start more 8As, fulfill the need, and continue to grow. And that's luckily what S&K has been able to do, S&K Technologies, since that first inception in 1999.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad, has there been any discussions about SKT potentially engaging in this huge broadband project that the tribes are going to be producing, creating? Is there going to be any opportunity for SKT to be getting any contracts off of that project?
The initial contract or the initial RFP that came out was for project management on that. SKMM took a hard look at what that was and decided to no bid that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not to say, there is a part to that that says that there's some towers, and I believe that International Towers is still going to be involved with that. We hope that they're going to still be involved with that. But SKMM decided to, and the man with the hip walks in. But we declined at that point in time to bid on the project management part. Both personally with my personal experience and then with SKMM, it was a hard decision. But looking at everything, we didn't believe that we could be as successful as possible, so we decided not to bid. To that comes the next business unit. Thanks for the segue. Is the solution business unit, and it has two companies in it. The two newest companies in S&K Technologies. One was stood up to look at a low-cost solution for potential IDIQs, potential government-wide accounting that isn't a heavy overhead, isn't heavy G&A. And so that one was started to bid on those contracts and give an opportunity for advantage of all companies to bid through them. That there's a larger and longer strategy that's involved there. And the second one is S&K Mission Management. SKMM has now been in full operation for about a year. It's done about $9 million worth of business over that 12-month period of time. It might be up into the 10. I haven't seen this month's or last month's financials at this point in time. The two things that, for those of you who were on council when we first put that in front, the number one priority of S&K Mission Management was the successful completion of all projects. I believe that they're doing a great job in that. I've just this week visited all the projects that they have going. Incredibly impressed with what's going on in that. Number two is the historical profit levels of S&K Technologies. And then three was the promotion and utilization of tribal members and tribal member businesses. The reason that they're put into that order is pretty direct. If S&K Mission Management fails, it doesn't really matter what priority 2 and priority 3 are, because you're out of business. Success is the number one priority, and as long as we're successful, we can then continue to build on those successes to facilitate priorities 2 and 3. The profitability of that contract is incredibly low, like incredibly low. And it was never intended to make a ton of money. It was intended to maintain the historical profit levels while providing the service that SNK Technologies has learned in 25 years of how to run contracts, how to do project management, how to do government contracting, to provide those services on a local level to increase the effectiveness and efficiencies of those things needed by the tribe. And so I'm, you know, there's always a speed bump here and there. There's always a little bit of a problem that arises. But I am incredibly impressed and incredibly happy with the work that Mission Management has done, and not to mention the fact that it's been done with 4 tribal members and a descendant as their workforce. We continue to look at that as a big piece of the success of SNK Mission Management, that I'd stack them up in pure tribal employees with about any company out there. And we're going to continue to do that as Mission Management grows, is continue to add to that employment and in the skill set of those tribal members and the descendant that works for them. They've achieved 3 different industry certifications. They've achieved on-the-job training. They're becoming very skilled, very employable outside of Mission Management if they wanted to leave, project managers. And that's a skill set that travels. You've seen Josh. You get to see Josh again. We'll call this Josh's other duties as assigned. Josh was assigned to be the general manager of the solutions business unit, of which he didn't thank me. But ultimately, I, Chris, and the rest believe in what Applied Solutions and Mission Management can do to the strategy and to the company moving forward. So overall, I have pages and pages more, but I think I probably should stop, look for questions, see if there's anything more. And Bob has only kicked me 6 times.
We want to just share what we have in offer. So,
That's part of the other 6 pages, Bob.
I don't go 6, just.
Yeah, so when you're talking about the future of the company, how we're organized is the future of the company. We've organized for the future. We've tried to put the good people, we've tried to put the good companies in place. But if you're not bidding and you're not winning, if we stopped winning work today, we would be out of business in 3 years. That's just a cold hard fact. Our contracts are somewhere between 1 and 3 years with option years. The pros contract is an anomaly. Anything with 5 years is an anomaly. If we don't continue to win, we are out of business and bankrupt in 3 years. So the next numbers are important. 1, we have 187 opportunities in the pipeline at a value of $13.37 billion. We have 66 proposals that are submitted as of today and awaiting award at the value of $2.32 billion. That is the future of the company. We have to have the employees, we have to have the structure, but we also have to have the bids out there to win. We have to have our past performance, we have to have our strategy, and we have to put that out there at a price that can be competitive and win these things. Because again, SNK Technologies, through the wisdom of councils of the past, through wisdoms of the board of the past, is here generationally. And so we look at those numbers quite a bit to say, are we bidding enough? Are we doing enough to continue to grow the corporation?
Can I add just one thing?
You're the chairman.
Okay. This particular component was very interesting to me to learn it, because obviously, the question Len had is, did you know about this opportunity? And Chad's answer was, we elected not to bid on that particular opportunity. The matrix and the process that's developed over all these years for them to evaluate each opportunity to minimize our risk and to make sure it's profitable is really sophisticated. And it is a product of a lot of evaluation, good thinking, good people bringing ideas in. And so when I see that hopper of what the potential is, to me, that's the most important thing is are we winning our share? Are the margins what we need? The kind of things that look way out and keep us in business. So I just think it goes, hats off to, Dermot and the staff he has now to be able to develop this, because without the ability to analyze and determine how well does this fit what we do in, all the way from financing and terms, and do we have the qualifications for it? I mean, it is sophisticated. So it was reassuring to me that there was this kind of work taking place before we even submit a bid. So when that bid goes in, if we get it, great, and if we don't, there was a reason. The margins were too thin, too much risk, and those kinds. There's new bidders out there that don't know what they're doing sometimes too. So you have to let them play in the sandbox alone. I want you to know that your board is in tune to this. A lot of the issues, the audit issues and whatnot, each one of them are qualified to review and make their own decisions. But as Chad said, we ask hard decisions. We know how important this is to the shareholder and the membership.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologize for being late, but I did pass my test, so I can walk. It's just, I may, sorry, again, apologize I was late. Just a question about SKMM. And one of the, maybe you already talked about this, but one of the opportunities that we had talked about originally was the betterment of the irrigation project and trying to be the general for a lot of that work. And so have you done anything to look at that, or is there possibilities there? And then secondly, along those lines, as we proceed with the International Joint Commission on restoring the Kootenai River, there are major cleanup dollars involved in work that will now be below the border in the United States. And water treatment will assess all the damages that are there, but it's a huge thing for the Kootenai tribes up in British Columbia. And I don't know exactly the extent of it, but there could be a lot of new business opportunity, or at least preference for us to go do that work through some entity of our tribes. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate the question, and the answer is absolutely, we're interested. That is one of the things that was one of the targets when we were starting SKMM is looking at that. We've had the good fortune of being able to learn on the job, and while we're doing smaller projects, being successful in those smaller ones, that our staff is now capable of doing more and larger. As I go out to different places and look at the different things. If you would have asked me a year and a half ago if we could have handled general contracting on the canal, I'd have told you no. Just plain and simple. I think now that there's two pieces to that. One is our folks are getting more and more impressive daily. Two, we have our processes and our procedures good enough that we can then, if it is beyond what we have the staff for today, we can just go hire more staff. That's what we do in all of our contracts. We just go hire more staff to accomplish that, and we bring them into our fold. And so the answer to that is an emphatic yes. That is our intent. That is what we're hoping to do. We look at what we're doing today as kind of like 8A for us. We don't ever want to give that up. That's our base. That's our core that gives us those things that we are learning from. But now and again, you have to swing for a home run here and there and get bigger and better and stronger. And so we intend to do that, absolutely. And thank you very much for the question. We'd love to be in any of those conversations.
Go ahead, Tom.
Well, again, what I appreciate is the due diligence of SKMM to, buy locally or work locally. with our tribal member suppliers or businesses when you can, when it's prudent and unless there's poor performance, or bad value with whoever you're doing with. But part of that betterment project is, the goal was to spend $100 million a year to rebuild the irrigation project. And along with that is the skills and the potential to put a lot of our tribal members to work in that. So I know we do a good job trying to make sure the contractors are doing that. But it might be easier for us if we were the general contractor and to be able to do that and then to squeeze more of a value out of this for the membership and the tribes, because that return comes back to you, even though it may be small, and it comes back to us to provide government services. And so workforce training in it and the ability to be the general contractor, I just really would hope that you guys would look at it really seriously and maybe help us with that. Thank you.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, sir.
James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Years ago when I was a chairman, Greg, and I think a lot of the council at the time, we had some meetings down in Houston, and we did get a tour of the offices there at that time. And then at a different time, I was down in Warner Robins with Greg and got a tour of the offices there. And we had a Blackfeet member that was working down there in Warner Robins at the time. I can see her and I can't think of her name now, but what I was going to ask is, when I was at the office in Atlanta, it was, I started kind of asking some of the staff there at that time what they understood of SKT and what the tribes meant. And there really wasn't a clear understanding of those workers in Georgia that at that time, maybe it's different now, but they understood they worked kind of for a tribe indirectly, but in that SKT was a tribal company, but it wasn't really clear. I'm kind of wondering, what does SKT do and the subsidiary companies do to, I'm hoping it's improved than what it was from years ago, to give at least the employees a good understanding of what the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes are and is and where they're from and why what they're doing is important to a tribal nation. So just kind of curious on that regard. Thanks.
I appreciate the question, James. And before I answer that, I do want to thank you very much for coming to Binky's retirement and speaking. That meant a lot for the representation of council to be there for that. And so thank you for that. On the other side, the question, I recognized the same thing on my first trip down to Georgia when I took over as the CEO. And so we've done a number of things in that realm. One, Troy Felsman has been absolutely essential in putting together historical documents, putting together history. The other part is, I know Tom was involved in a couple. We put together a lot of videos through the Lefflers out of Arlee and put together there's a video called the SKT Difference, which is what the dividends of SKT do, the things that the tribe uses them for. There's onboarding that identifies the tribes, the history of the tribes, all of those type of things. We've since the time that you're talking and since the 6 years that I've been on, that was a pretty big focus, not only because I find it absolutely essential to who we are. Those employees are asking for it. They're wanting it. They want to be part of something different. They don't want to be part of a corporation that at the end of a good day, the rich become richer. they want to be part of something that makes a difference, and SNK Technologies gives them that. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword that, in a positive way, that says that we get to tell the story of who the shareholder is, the history. But we're telling that story to an incredibly receptive group that wants to be part of it. But so yeah, there is.
Thanks,
Our
Chad.
whole rewarding thing is about the videos and those messages, and Troy has been on site and I have been on site and have told those stories. But yeah, it's a big deal.
Has the council ever seen that video?
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, James. And we're redoing the SKT difference video. Did you get to be videoed in that? Oh, you're gonna be a movie star. Is we update it all the time on what the efforts do. The most important, not the most important, but the kind of a tangent thing that it was meant for our employees. It was meant for a training. But then I got a call from a contracting officer who's seen it as well, and was talking about the value that 8A set-asides have on companies, therefore providing those. It had a farther reach than I would have ever expected, but yeah, James, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Seen the same thing when I went down there, and we've been actively working on that.
Any other questions? What else, Chad?
Mr. Chair?
What else, Bob?
Well, thank you again for your time, and please join us. You know, we meet, every first Friday, that, not a quarterly, and sometimes we offset then, but we're always delighted to have a council person show up and spend the day with us, part of the day.
But the only other thing is anybody who wants to see the property up there, I have been bragging about it since we actually have taken it over. I'd love to give a tour of what that building and the property is and what it looks like. It's please just let me know.
We have just a few minutes. We have been working, the committee headed by Kevin Howlett, to rethink and to maybe refocus the scholarship funding that the technologies is supported for over the last, I think, over 20 years. And it's been about $500,000 in scholarship funds. And so we have met, Teresa, Kevin, and I, twice to discuss, you know, one of the things we want to do is not put it on Chad or any of his staff. This is the thing that the board has always had a lot of flexibility on, and we thought maybe there's a better way to do this. We would like 15 minutes of your time to bring our concept in that we have developed. Just saying, hey, is this something that sounds like it might be worthwhile pursuing with the programs of the tribe and the tribe itself? Not today, but yeah, because it could get into a lot more discussion, but we think we're onto something. And we'd really like to have the support of the council, to see if we are. And so, these two esteemed longtime tribal servants have agreed to volunteer their time to help flesh this out over the next year. So we're doing it on our own time outside of the technologies work.
It sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I guess the last thing is to accept the report. Motion by Martin to accept the report. Second by Jennifer. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you all so much.
And we'll schedule some time when you have, I mean, it's not pressing, but it's important.
It is important.
Yeah. We finished?
We'll go. She had an appointment of some sort. I think maybe even an interview. They were gonna interview her about something, said you had one already. Something, I forget what it was. Yeah, I'm hoping to go out of shareholder back into regular.
Chair,
Yes, sir, Tom.
I'd make the motion to go out of shareholder back into regular session.
Thank you, sir. Out of shareholder, back into regular. MVP is up. He always wanted to be an MVP, right? Every game he ever played in, gotta be MVP. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're open, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We might have a
Welcome.
piece probably at the end that might
Okay.
be executive.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. The Mission Valley Power Utility Board is here to present our initial fiscal year 2025 operating budget. And we're fortunate, we have Dan, the post secretary here of the utility board, Mike McKee, of course, myself, and I think Cindy Benson may be joining us by Zoom. And of course, GM Z, Zach Gamble, and then Jeannie in charge of financial services and everything else.
Everything financial.
Everything financial. And so it is, according to the MVP plan of operations and contract, we prepare a utility budget and we bring that budget to you, the contractor, for annual approval. And then it's submitted to Shane Hendrickson, the agency superintendent, and it goes into the Portland office. What you have in front of you this year is a operating budget at roughly $43 million, which is conservative and which is the same level of revenue that we budgeted for last year. You are all intimately familiar with some of the rate approval challenges that we've been having with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So we thought it was appropriate and prudent to start the FY 2025 budget out at the same level as last year. And then once the Department of Interior BIA informs us about future rate adjustments, you will see us bringing back an amended budget. So this is your initial budget. At the same time, while it's an initial budget, this budget is very focused because two of your priority projects, the replacement of the Kerr sub and the upgrade and replacement of the West Shore substation, are included in this budget. And those were two of the 5 substation projects that were rated by Department of Interior that posed risk to you, the contractor, and to the ratepayer. So what we've prepared is a budget that is the same revenue amount as last year. We're going to continue to work on your highest risk projects to have reliable service. And then we will modify this budget when the rate adjustments are done. And with that, I'll turn it over to Zach.
Go ahead, Linda.
Is this budget, based on projected revenue of the proposed rate increase?
What we did, create a budget off of is the actual revenue that we've collected this year that matched up to the amount that we budgeted last year in the revenue section of it. Once the multi-year rate is increases approved, the budget will be a little bit higher than that. When we compare between last year and this year, we've already included the cost of power. So that part is already, that additional revenue is coming in as we speak. The only thing we're missing is our portion of the revenue increase that should have started on March 1st. There's been a little, like Teresa mentioned, there's been a little delay. We're fighting through that. It's one of those things that even as of today, we had a call with the solicitor and BIA. So we had to answer a couple more questions and tighten some stuff up, but we're going to turn that around and get that back to them today, hopefully. And they said by the end of the week, they'll have it out on the federal site for review. So, but that gives us a projected date of, looks like November. We're still in that date of November, December, but at least there's some steps that we're taking forward. The solicitors, again, apologized for, not getting it done for us. They said they tried everything they could to get it approved and it just didn't happen. So we've done a couple things since that point to hopefully help push them along a little bit. But the budget we got today is our initial budget, which really I didn't feel comfortable along with the direction I got from the board to come up with the budget that we've projected for 2025. So we took the initial budget of revenue collected.
Have we calculated our revenue the loss of revenue that we got because we couldn't get this rate increase?
Oh, man, we just got a nice report yesterday, and our Sergey, who puts that report together, came up with some really good numbers that I would like to kind of talk to you guys at the end of the thing in executive, so you can hear what's going on there. So if we'd like to, first of all, I'd like to give you guys a little bit of opportunity to take a look at the budget that we have in front of you. And if you look at what the projections are, the first column, the first section that's dedicated as revenue, these are the ones that are the important numbers that we put together, and that's where we develop the budget off of. So this is my first year with this budget, and I went through it and I talked to all our people and all our departments, and along with Jeannie's, excellent assistance and historical knowledge of what we've done in the past with her 30 years of experience there, we kind of got it whittled down to a very reasonable budget right now. When we keep mentioning the initial budget because this will help us start, this will kind of clear the future up for us so we can start getting some projects in place and continue down the road. But once we come in and we modify the budget, once we have the correct revenue rate in place, we can do a couple other things that we need to do. We keep talking about the age of our linemen, the age of our whole entire staff, and the time it takes to develop people. We'll have the ability, I think we budgeted a couple different positions for a couple more apprentices. So we're starting to build up and strengthen up the utility for the future. So again, if you take a look at the revenue section of the budget, if you have any questions on these first five balances, please let us know. If you have any, you want to understand them better. Sure.
Thank you, Zach. With the rate increase, some of our other services, our dire needs services, has been hit pretty hard this year with extra expenses there to help people cover their utilities. Does Mission Valley Power offer any type of assistance programs to people struggling to pay bills?
What we do right now is we utilize probably the same programs through DHRD for LEAP. We also utilize the state programs to also provide that assistance for other customers of the Mission Valley Power. We're still working on different ways to move forward, and I'm still trying to get this thing together so we can have people, just like when you pull up to any Taco Bell or any major business, they ask if you want to round up and donate it to a certain cause. We're trying to get it figured out so we can do it and round up and then have people donate for our elders. And if they want to help our elders with their bill, their utility costs, that's something we're trying to get in place. So we do, like I said, we work with people. A lot of people, and I've seen it happen right in front of my eyes. Some people come in and they need help at that time. They've never applied for any assistance because they grew up, they're cut from a different cloth. They do things differently that they didn't want the assistance. But that I think the presentation was last week about LEAP, that I think they are funded for helping like 1,300 families a year, and right now there's only about 600 families that get that assistance. So we're continuing to work with them, help people through those situations. If you've heard, and we're really advertising on the budget billing, so that that's one that I think is really important, is that we take your last 12 months, we get an amount, and that's what we kind of you kind of pay every month, so it builds up a credit during the summer, and then once you hit winter, then it starts eating away at that and helping you get through that point. So those are the kind of things we're trying to do.
Go ahead, Teresa.
We have both the state and tribal LEAP applications in our lobby, And Zach was referring to the presentation earlier where we recommended that you make your LEAP poverty schedule as wide as possible, and you can update that annually. The other thing is always a consideration when people are struggling with utility bills is to always examine whether or not the family is TANF eligible. Because if they're a child-only grandma raising grandchildren, they can qualify for emergency assistance from TANF, where TANF could then pay their energy bill. And the same thing, there's typically funds available also in social services that if the family is going through some sort of intervention, and you call them family support services or family stabilizing, we always provided for the payment of utility deposits if it was necessary when children were being returned and a family was moving into a new place. So it's kind of like knowing those carve outs. So there might be energy assistance in LEAP, in TANF, in social services, and sometimes even with tribal folk rehab. So you can look those 4 different places for trying to help people with their energy costs.
You know, kind of to add to that a little bit, you know, I was at a elder meeting a month ago, and one of the elders, when I was walking out, said, you know, there's a lot of different programs out there to assist people, but, you know, everybody doesn't know them, and everybody doesn't know where to go to get that information. So they were like, you should almost have a social worker on site to help people fill those kind of things out. So I was like, well, it's a consideration, but it's probably more of a consideration from our side reaching out to our social workers to kind of come in here and give us more information on the information that Teresa just shared with you. You know, those kind of things, you know, because our CRS people are pretty helpful. They kind of understand everything. But, you know, there's always something else out there we can do to help. Thank you for the question.
Tom? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at your budget sheets and expenditures, and I just have to reflect back, you know, an old dude here. When I did my very first budget back in 1986, I guess. You know, to look at the fringe package here, it's absolutely incredible. Just want to remind council of that. Because when I first started, our fringe costs were, you know, below, it was a single digit. And normally for tribal programs and governments, it's, you know, you're up, if you had 20% or somewhere in there, it's pretty good, but this is 42% fringe. So just so you all know, so, you know, they're valuable employees and their fringe benefit package surely reflects that.
Mhm.
And just to remind everybody, this is not what you see across the board. I don't even know about the corporations, but anyway, just want to remind everybody of that fact. Thank you.
You know, and that's true. I just sat through a retirement presentation by Principal. That's our company that provides the pension. And as they described it, and as you know, as I did my research, there's a lot of companies out there that don't provide pension anymore. 20 years ago, 401k came on the scene, and a lot of companies started pushing their employees to that. The guy, and he said, you know, you guys are very fortunate, you know, and you know, I understand it, and I believe people that do the numbers understand it, how fortunate we are. And they, you know, they need to hear that. You know, we need to continue to hear that you're doing very good. These are the things that you're offered. A lot of the companies in the world don't do this anymore. We're kind of a dying breed of that providing pension. So it is. They're very fortunate.
Other questions? James, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. Just a question and about some of the various old MVP buildings and offices that are kind of seemingly vacant. I'm just wondering if the board or Zach, what maybe plans you all might have in terms of, like there's that one in Mission, the old MVP office on sits there kind of empty, and then Ronan and different places. Is there kind of any thoughts as to what can be done with those or repurposed, or I don't know, just kind of wonder that every time I drive by the one in Mission in particular.
James, that's a great question. Jeannie just brought up to me that all our offices like that have been turned back to the BIA. What we utilize them for is to hold our equipment, our poles, the outside part, which is fenced off. So some of our teams don't have to come back and grab that. We also put old poles in there, and when people want to pick those kind of poles up, and that's what we utilize that for. But we continue to monitor them. We continue to make sure things are okay in the fenced areas, because we put some of our assets in there, and for space, because we don't have enough space to put it all in Pablo.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Thank you. So I guess with that being said, if those are BIA buildings, that's something we'd visit with the superintendent about, to, what the BIA's plans are with those buildings. I can think of different programs and things that sometimes individual tribal members have asked me about that, and I'm like, I don't know. And so I guess that'd be just kind of something to be pondering. Well, and the other thing too is what kind of condition they're in. But
Yeah.
Thanks, Zach.
That's a good path, because it is back with the BIA, and all it would require is a conversation with the superintendent, and I bet they would give it right back to CSKT to do programs or to do something with them.
Teresa and then Tom.
Yeah, there is a process where CSKT can request in writing the BIA facilities be turned over to them. So for those office areas that are outside of the fenced area that we use for inventory storage, you can ask that if they're determined to be access to the BIA's needs, that then they be disposed of by assignment to you. So it's a formal process, a formal ask.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say the same thing Teresa said, and indeed, some of those properties have come over to us. So that's the NRD parking lot. The NRD's Fish and Wildlife Division is located in Mission Valley Power's former warehouse building in Lineman area. There's been numerous properties where we've taken ownership of and are utilizing. The carpentry shop over there on First, Second Street,
Yeah.
That one really isn't being utilized, but tribes own it. Somebody might be using it someday.
Good, Zach.
If we continue to take a look at the budget as we scroll down, we're projecting $43,524,000 of revenue. If you take a look at the budget that we put together right now, it's a budget of, the initial budget, $43,519,000. A big portion of it is right above it is the purchase power. And next time we'll have a pie chart on this where you can kind of see that half of our budget is purchase power. The actual purchasing the power to distribute it. So it's a big part of our budget right there. If we keep scrolling down, you can take a look at the bottom of page 1. Right there, we have our operating reserve account held here at CSKT on your books of roughly $4.7 million. That's again that rainy day or that snowy day that our system takes a big hit and then we'll have to, utilize that possibly.
And, Mr. Chairman, council members, with your operating reserve at the bottom, sometimes we call that operating reserve, sometimes we call it an emergency reserve. And that is the dollar amount where the Department of Interior wants us to get to 16 million. They've said a valid operating reserve is 16 million. And so when you think about the rate struggle we had recently, and the BIA saying, we'll just take the money you've lost out of your operating reserve. Well, it's taken utility over 20 years to get 23 to get to 4.7 million. And what they really want us to have, what they really want the contractor to accumulate is 16 million. Now, right above that, you'll see operating reserve right by purchase power. So that's a conservative investment, that 200,000 into your operating reserve. And the reason we've kept that conservative is because we think it's better to invest more right now into the repair of your highest risks, like Kerr Substation or West Shore. So we're continuing to look at, we're going to put a little bit in the operating reserve, but we're going to dedicate more into system repairs, because we don't want your system to fail.
Strengthening the infrastructure. That's very important to us. So if we can continue down, again, kind of like what Mr. McDonald kind of put a little bit of light on, our employee wages and benefit. It's a portion. It's a big portion of our budget. It's at least 27% of it.
What was it last year?
What was it last
What
year?
was it last year, the total employee wages?
Jeannie said we might be looking at last year's stuff, so she's gonna bring the last year budget. So I said, great idea. So compared to last year, we're about 600,000 more. And that's, with the projections that we do, and, July 1st, Monday is a big day to the utility, because that's when it's a kind of a mandatory survey of the three utilities that we do a survey of their lineman wage schedule. And we take the average of that, and that's what we factor into our contract. That's effective on July 1st.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now remind me how many employees that is?
We have just 70 employees. 67 of them are tribal members. I think we have two descendants and one non-member.
At the church.
Okay, so if we move to the second page, and again, it's just still a little bit more detail about what our budget was made up of. If we take a look at, I think we're on page 3. And again, like I said, this was my first year at it, so I really wanted a definition and explanation from all of our departments about their expenditures and past expenditures. So I think we have a pretty good, pretty tight budget there. Again, there's this, these are a little bit of detail on, what's made up in the expenditures that we have. Projected for 25. anything you want to add to that, Jeannie?
The page 3 and 4 just kind of breaks out on page 1, the operating and administrative costs.
Okay, now we get to page 5, which is kind of system improvements. And on those first 2 lines are the lines that we talked about. You know, BIA did the condition report, and there was 5 substations that were in dangerous waters. The board made a conscious effort that said, let's address those as soon as we can. All 5, and really they gave them the direction, we're gonna address all 5 of them. So that's how we've been really working on, is trying to knock out everything we can and make sure we have the funds to cover all those things. So yeah, right there, you see the 2 major substations that in 25 will be completed and updated. And you know, one of those things, I mean, those are 50-year transformers if things go good. So you won't be making updates on any of those ones in the next 50 years. Okay. So that, you know, and like if we take a look at that page 5, that's our, you know, that total capital acquisition of $6.3 million. That's the plan, and that's what we're gonna take care of next in fiscal year 25. Are there any questions so far? Anything that's jumping out at you? Okay, Tom.
I just can't help it. Glad you asked that question, Lynn, about how much it changed for the employee costs. That's $8,500 per employee in 1 year. Can you tell me what that was attributed to? I mean, you know, inflation didn't go up that much. I mean, it's just it's that rate, it's that survey of other utility manpower costs. The fringes didn't change.
If you, and it was a 6%, I think it was just over 6.4% increase.
Just to the base salary
on the base
based on the
salary.
union? Okay.
And the entire utility is based off of the lineman rates. So there's lineman rates that are a certain level. And if you're in a position, you know, some of those positions, they're say it's 115% of a lineman rate. You know, there's different levels, and there's other ones that are like 50% of a lineman rate. But everything is built off that lineman rate outside of the general manager.
Mr. Chair, I applaud your efforts to bring people out of management and get them on your side, Zach, in order to be able to, you know, this is really the major focal point of how you keep this nonprofit affordable for all of us ratepayers. And so if there's any way to help control manpower costs, by golly, you know, thank you for any effort you guys do. Really, really appreciate it. And anybody that's brought out as a management team to help with that would be deeply appreciated, at least by me. Thank you.
And we're calling them the leadership team, because there's 2 different things. There's management and there's leadership. We're bringing on, we actually have our first meeting of the leadership team on Monday. And my question to them, they emailed out to the question to all the leadership team is, you know, the first thing we have to do is make sure we all understand our role and what the goal is of the leadership team. And, you know, giving everybody the opportunity to grow within the leadership team and provide and actually bring the utility to another level. So, you know, I'm really excited. You know, the communication has already changed. People are ready, and I believe we're going to do big things in these next couple of years. You know, with the board support and their assistance, we've been pushing. There's been a lot of things that we've accomplished so far already, and you know that's not going to stop. We're going to keep getting there. We're going to keep doing things that we need to do to make sure this is ran at the level that it should be, and we're going to do that. So, you know, when I tell you, strengthening the infrastructure is important. That's all we talk about. How do we strengthen the infrastructure? We got three areas that have radio feed, and I've already mentioned them. We have, the Arlee line, we have the Hot Springs line, we have the Elmo's St. Mary's line. Something happens to me in one of those three lines, every customer that is attached to that is down until we get it back, until we get it fixed. So we're doing, it's right there. We're doing everything we can. And when we look at the condition report that was put together by BIA, that's just been my template. That's just been my Bible since I've started, that these are the things we got to address to strengthen infrastructure and reduce the liability on the tribes and on the utility board and on MVP. So.
Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Zach and crew. What's the backlog for transformers, things for the substations, or like looking at Polson West, for example? Are they, and what's the turnaround on those type of things?
The lead times, great question, Martin. The lead times for everything, as you guys are getting more and more educated on, they're 100 weeks. I've never heard things where it's like, okay, it's going to be 100 weeks before it gets here. And you start doing the math in your head and you're like, we're talking years, and I'm like, so again, as we address these ones, we've already ordered those first two to get here in April, May of 25. We've already started the process to get those substations ready for these new transformers. Like I said, probably when you see 26's budget, there'll probably be 2 more substations on there of those 5 that we have to take care of. So, everything has a long lead time, and when I'm not sure if you see that on this budget, but we order things and pay, we order and we create the PO in fiscal year 24. If it doesn't come in 24, that piece doesn't come in 24, we have to carry it over, and that's we put in, what's that account? Capital reserve. There's a $2 million balance in the capital reserve because there's equipment that we've purchased in different fiscal years that haven't got here. So we have to take that budget out and put it in capital reserve. And when that piece of equipment comes in, then we pay for it out of that capital reserves. So yeah, no, everything takes time. With those 5 projects, we're ordering everything we can to make everything we can afford at this moment to get those things here in time. So when you see the FY26 budget, you'll see a new couple transformers, or new couple substations that will be upgrading. Jennifer, what you got? What you got?
I'm not bored. I'm sorry. I'm just yawning. I sleep with my dog and he was barking a lot last night, so.
It's funny, my dog was barking last night too. And I was like, ugh. But my kids were just getting home, so that's what I think the majority of it was.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Mission Valley Power Utility Board General Manager team, we've been working hard at addressing the liabilities, working hard to push the rate increases through, which isn't easy. It's terrible trying to ensure you have enough revenue to do what the BIA has asked the contractor to do. The other thing that we have done is before we began working on the rate increases was we changed the aid to construction policy. So now when someone comes in and they say, I want to extend a line to my home, we calculate what it costs to extend that line to their home. And we've been working hard at making sure that those costs are accurate, that they include all the costs necessary. And we eliminated the new customer credit. In times past, the utility gave an automatic $500 credit to the customer who wanted a line extension. And, we eliminated that. And so you'll see in that miscellaneous revenue on page 1, where we have 1.3 million projected for aid to construction. And at this time of the year, we've been collecting more in aid to construction, which has in fact helped to offset the delay in the rate increase. But if our new customer numbers continue to grow, we believe that that will be an even bigger source of revenue. And philosophically, it supports cost of service. That if you're going to build a line or want a line built, you should pay for that versus the other 23,000 customers subsidizing you. So it's like having all the tools in the toolbox. You want to make sure your policies are sound. We believe in this. We vetted that policy in the Consumer Council. We're continuing to push on the feds for the rate approval. We've got some special projects in the hopper that we've been telling you about. So we believe we're being as prudent as possible. And back to Len's early question, we, like all of your tribal departments, we can't deficit budget. So bringing this operating budget forward, it was based on the best information we have at this time and a conservative budget based on present rates, not anything in the future. We would like to have the budget adopted before we go into an a quick executive session with you.
I'd entertain a motion. Motion by Martin to adopt the budget. Second by Jimmy. All in favor? Unanimous?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Like I said, it clears up our future and we can start, moving towards it. But we were hoping we could have a couple of minutes of executive.
We'll go out of regular. Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, John.
Well, Mr. Chair, I believe we need to go big or go home. No, just joking.
Is that the motion?
Mr. Chair, after discussion with our SK Gaming, I would love to have a feasibility document provided to us that would fully execute the conceptual site plan that has been presented to us for the Olson West gaming operations, which goes beyond the already approved gambling facility, but adds the event center and motel to the site plan as built features, either immediately in concert with the construction of the casino or in a multi-phased approach, and have the financing option presented to council along with more detailed conceptual plans for each one of those added features. That's my motion.
Motion by Tom, second by Jennifer. All in favor? Unanimous.
Just to clarify, we'll come back with more details, better like presentations focused on the additional amenities that you guys have directed us to move in.
Tomorrow? No,
I don't know about 3 weeks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, I'll do my best to lose as much money as I can in the SK gaming facility, so I carry my fair share of the burden of this expansion.
You're next, Nick. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Vic used to be at the SNK College, the foundation.
Share screen. Got it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Mr. Chair, Council, thanks for having me today. I know I only have a short 15 minutes, so excited to be here even for those 15 minutes. I'm seeing some familiar faces and grateful to be back. Was with SKC's foundation as director for several years up until last fall, and made a switch to be able to chase my teenagers around in Missoula. I was able to get a remote position and not have to do the commute. So that's been a gift, but also I've missed being here, and I'm glad to be here today after having started some conversation with Mr. Thompson recently about a new partnership. I'm development director with ICT. All of us in the room probably know it as Indian Country Today. And our organization has been around since 1981. And we were just chatting outside. The paper publication lasted for probably 35 plus years. And then we made a big switch and became an online multimedia organization that does both digital and broadcast media at ictnews.org. And there's quite a bit I'll try to go through with you about who we are and what we do now. But I'm here because we've, as an organization, we've really invested in and continuing to invest in launching reporting bureaus across the country. So we are based out of Phoenix, Arizona. Our headquarters is there. We have 30 plus staff, 70% native, 100% native board, and 100% native content. But we are our multimedia journalism entity that is launching these little satellite bureaus to better embed ourselves into Indian country. And most recently, a year ago, we launched a bureau in Missoula, which I'm going to be telling you more about. But out of the gate, I'm just going to go through a couple of background slides to reintroduce you to the organization and who we are and where we've been. I'll kind of speak on top of them and let you read along here or click along at your own pace. But our mission is exclusively Native, and we're here to expose content from Native communities all over the country and in Canada and a little bit internationally. And we've been doing that for decades, like I said, since 1981 officially. And we have a unique filter through which our stories come through, I should say. And we're grateful to be launching, as you see in this slide. We do have bureaus already established in Washington, D.C., Anchorage, Alaska, Missoula. And then we have a couple of other bureaus that are coming online in Portland, Oregon, and Oklahoma City and Madison, Wisconsin will be the next. But this is our anchor. For those who don't know, and when we made the switch from the paper publication to the multimedia platform, we launched a TV broadcast. If you haven't seen it, go to ictnews.org, and 5 days a week, we do a 30-minute TV broadcast that's produced out of Arizona State in Phoenix, where our headquarters is, and this is our anchor, Alita Chavez. She's incredible. And our reach is significant, and that will lead us into opportunities for partnership here by the end of my talk. But this is just a slide kind of introducing that we have quite a bit of a social media following, about 800,000 social media followers in total across all of the different platforms that we utilize. And our reach has been, as you see here, 7 million readers and viewers. And there's that 800,000 social media following. And we have a weekly newsletter that reaches about 50,000 subscribers as well. Pretty good reach for 30-something employees is all we currently have. Moving right along here. These are our pillars of who we are and what we do. We strive for broadcast excellence, compelling storytelling in the next generation, which will be a key component of our bureau development. These bureaus, just like the one launched in Missoula, are anchored by 3 positions. The primary being a bureau chief, and then we have a full-time reporter, and then we have an intern. And those 3 combine to seek out and deliver stories for, in our case, in the Mountain Bureau, a coverage area that includes Montana, Idaho, partial Dakotas, and Wyoming. And I'm going to skip through a couple of slides out of time here and get a little bit into the Bureau work and then how that fits into our conversation locally. So this is just a map here that shows you our vision for where our bureaus are to be located in the next 3 to 5 years as we continue to recruit funding partnerships and recruit staff to manage them. But all of these highlighted in orange here are our bureau targets, and really represents our mission to find local stories that we can move up and into a bureau platform, and then from there into our national news platforms that, as you saw earlier, can get to millions of people. So it's our strategic attempt to get ourselves on the ground in areas where there's high concentrations of Native communities. So moving right along a little bit and into the present. So the opportunity of the present and what Mr. Thompson and I have been talking about is really exciting. So we launched this Missoula Bureau, Mountain Bureau, I should call it, in Missoula in partnership with the University of Montana's Journalism School a year ago. And we're being real strategic and direct about inviting tribes to be more of a partner in our work and a potential investor in these bureaus, and certainly a partner that we want to celebrate outwardly. And so we've created a new program, which I'll get to in a minute, called Sovereign Partners, which ultimately is a membership benefits opportunity for tribes like ours here by investing in the operations of a bureau like ours in Missoula. But this is just a little snapshot of what the Mountain Bureau looks like. We have that shared report. We have that bureau chief, that shared reporter, and an intern housed at the journalism school in Montana. They give us free office space, and we've partnered with Lee Enterprises for the shared reporter, and we just wrapped up our first intern, which was a real success story. She was recruited from the university's journalism school, Javon Wagner, and covered the last legislative session, came back, finished her internship with us, graduated, and was hired by Montana Free Press as a full-time reporter. And she partnered with them and us in her fellowship. And just as a snapshot of what these bureaus cost operationally for staffing and administrative costs and program expenses, we estimated it's about $350,000 a year supports a bureau like the Mountain. So as we look forward, and just to give you a bit more about how we envision partnerships, this is just a placeholder to represent. I spoke to our bureau chief, Kowi Kicking Woman, who said he's interested in building relationships with the Charcusta for identifying stories to report on, and even collaborating on the reporting itself, so that we can get potential Charcusta stories that move up through our Mountain Bureau and then move out into Phoenix and into the world through the ICT's pipelines. That relationship is not yet developed. This is an interesting one that's exciting. I just put these logos on here as a placeholder as well. ICT is working with Marquette University to develop what we're calling an Indigenous journalism curriculum. So this is a specific product that we are going to produce that we're very intentional about giving to high school, 9 through 12 programs across the country, as well as tribal colleges as a way to invite a brand new way of looking at journalism through an Indigenous lens that's been done professionally and has a product that has modules people can weave in and out of online or in person. So we're working on that right now, and I put SKC up here as a potential recipient of that once it gets developed. And just to give you a sense of coverage that's already happening before we even move forward with the relationship with the tribe and any collaboration there with our Sovereign Partners initiative. We're already covering our area. These are stories that have come through the Mountain Bureau within the last year, just a couple of them that clearly are resonant with the reservation community in Western Montana. There's dozens and dozens more of Montana-based stories, but here's just a couple that we've pulled out to let you know what samples of coverage we've already been taking on. So as we move into the Sovereign Partners program, this is a lot here. I don't know how well you can see that on your screen, and I've given this to Mr. Thompson already and can share it with council as well as at any point as its own document. This is what we've built. So we're asking tribes to invest in these bureau developments at these different levels of $5,000 plus, a $10,000 level plus, a $50,000 level plus, to support that overall budget of $350,000 to operate the bureau, for which we have these sets of benefits that you see in the blocks next to it, including logo placements in our social media platforms, recognition in our newsletters, being recognized in our impact reports, having exclusive access to virtual events and panel discussions that come from our networks within ICT. And then at the $10,000 level, you get all of the 5,000 benefits plus recognition on the newscast and the broadcast with Aaliyah Chavez, and opportunities to meet our board and tickets to fundraising. And then at the larger level there at 50,000 plus, you get all the prior benefits along with recognition on an annual powwow guide that we do that's nationwide, and obviously a continued virtual event participation and naming opportunities, which is something we haven't launched yet. But if we wanted to honor someone from the tribe with a specific reporter position, the Tom McDonald reporter position out of the Mountain Bureau that someone is hired for instance, we can negotiate opportunities for naming as well. So all of that is to say that as we're launching these benefits, it's brand new, and the underpinning is that we want the collaboration with tribes, not only in the financial investment, but in the content sharing, just like we talked about with being able to connect the Charcusta with our Bureau for reporting interests, and to get to give you the opportunity to expose the tribe in the national networks to the degree that you would like in these benefit programs. So we're excited about the prospect of working with the tribe, and I would entertain any questions in my time left, or if Mr. Thompson would like to join me for questions. I think he's still back there.
Go ahead, Carol.
I really like the concept and that people know you, but I thought our main goal was to try to do something internally with our membership and our staff and try to educate them about things that are going on in this organization. And now I see that we're going globally, it kind of looks like. So I think it's a good idea, but once we start going global, then we start getting more people coming in here, and this is our homeland, of course, but we always need to let them know about great things that we're doing, like the Mission Mountain Wilderness and that kind of thing. But definitely, do you have any thoughts and ideas about internally how we can maybe provide more information to our membership We are struggling here as an organization to do anything in that arena to try to help our membership understand what we're doing as a governing body.
Well, it's a great question, and my immediate thoughts are not necessarily that ICT can be a mouthpiece necessarily for internal communications, although what I think we can do is when there are priority stories or celebrations or concerns that are coming from membership that you would like spread in either to each other or in a bigger way, we through the Mountain Bureau are the perfect avenue to do that. If there was a concern with if there was a contentious issue and the tribe had a perspective that you felt like wasn't being fairly represented, but you wanted that message into broader audiences for to build solidarity and support, or at least exposure, if nothing else, that's why we exist. But to serve your membership in terms of being a message board or at least a connector, that's probably not a role that we could do effectively, other than, again, being a content share with the tribe and or Charcusta or others, and sending out the content through our networks. So we are more of, frankly, a representation of your work and your interests within our virtual platforms and to the audiences that we talked about earlier at those bigger scales.
And I'm sure you're aware of the college and their TV station they had. Is it
Mhm.
kind of more like that?
Well, I'll tell you
Or
what,
is it
it's,
more like Mercury that we hire to do globally water rights issues and things that the state of Montana deals with?
and it's interesting, there's probably some gray areas in some cases between, public relations or communications interests versus journalism, and breaking news coverage or investigative journalism in the ways that we might do it. It's interesting you mentioned the TV station that SKC has and has been dormant. I think I've already been advocating, pardon me? Yeah. Well, I've been saying unofficially behind the scenes, tribal colleges are the perfect place. And when I mentioned the indigenous journalism curriculum that's being developed, are the perfect places to sort of embed ourselves and ultimately, I mean, even if it's just a concept or a fantasy, but to engage tribal colleges as sources and to build the next generation of Native reporters from the inside out, who we can then use for mining and delivering content as well, whether it's broadcast or digital stories. But back to your original question, and I don't know if my colleagues behind us here are interested in speaking any more to how a relationship with us might benefit the internal membership for internal sharing. I don't know. Understood.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say the thing that I think is interesting about this is it would cultivate new Native journalists, or maybe even older people who want to go into the field of journalism, because typically natives are this is a field where we are vastly underrepresented. And I think that, well, for sure, SKC does not have a journalism class. And, or even if they had a class, they're years and years away from developing a program. So I think it's really cool that you have a partnership with Marquette that's in the Upper Peninsula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's a twilight zone. Have you been there?
No.
Okay, I shouldn't, are we on the record? Hope that's not in the record. It's a really interesting place, but I've actually been to Marquette. I did some work as a poet at that university that's there. And, but I think that's really cool. And I think that the opportunities for internships for people to get their feet wet in the field of journalism is a great opportunity. And I think just with the proliferation of podcasts and things like that, with people doing basically their own journalism,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it just could get more people interested in telling Native stories. And if they have some actual training at a much higher quality, and then I think eventually it could you know, train people to come back and work for our newspaper.
Well, it's almost as if you were a plant, Jennifer, and that's exactly how we talk about the interest of the next generation and why it's one of our three pillars. For a couple of other reasons I'll add to it. One is we know that it's some nominal amount of under 1% of journalists are Native. We have the most concentration. We're 70+% of a 30-something member organization that are for the type of work we do. But another really cool thing about our audience is it's very young. We're attracting a demographic of late 20s to early to mid 30s as our largest readership, which is, I think, a product of going to the digital platform and our social media being well received. And so people are getting to this content, and the next generation is getting to it, and they're being, as you say, use the perfect word, cultivated into understanding what they can do and what can be covered and what issues are out there in Indian country across the country that are being captured through journalism sort of prisms. So that's why our internship program is what it is. That's why we're tying an intern to every one of those bureau locations. That's our intention, is to recruit, place, and train, and ultimately get hired into the workforce, an intern. And so I use the example in Missoula as the ultimate success story. I mean, she was recruited from UM, covered the legislature, and was hired by Montana Free Press as a full-time reporter. And we're just going to replicate that over and over and over again as much as we can. So thanks for calling attention to that.
Other questions for Nick? Sounds exciting. Go ahead, Daniel.
I guess about how many participants do you guys currently have in this? Maybe I missed that, but I'm on this ndjpublicmedia.org, and it's not either it's hard to work through it to see, or that list isn't
You know what,
very
Kim,
big at this time.
I'm really actually glad you pointed this out. I skipped over something that probably needs more attention. First of all, what you just called out is really important. ICT in Indian country today, as we've known it, is the product, but now as we've moved into the multimedia chapter of our existence, we are a part of a nonprofit organization that was formed to house that brand and to house that product. And that organization is called INDIJ, INDIJ, which is meant to be a integration of indigenous and journalism. INDIJ Public Media is the nonprofit. So ICT in Indian country today, that is the product, that's the brand, that's the division of, and then in time, INDIJ could become bigger than just ICT and have more divisions. But for now, the ICT brand is a division of INDIJ. But to your question about, I think you're asking about readership and viewership. When you say participants, is that what you mean? How many people are watching and subscribing? Let me go back.
So when I'm just looking at the program benefits here, it says logo placement on ndjpublicmedia.org. It's a 5,000 plus level is what that shows. And I guess I just don't see very many sponsorships or people kind of bought into that program, if I'm reading it right or looking through the website correctly.
So one metric that speaks to that is the website has reached 10 million views. So people are coming to the website, but they're also coming to, if we go to ictnews.org, that is the actual news feed. So that's where you'll see people going for the stories every day. And that's a scrolling bit of content all day, every day, just like you'd go to CNN or CNBC or whoever else. It's a digital news feed. And 7 million are going to, a combination of 7 million are going to ictnews.org and our TV broadcast that's done 5 days a week for 30 minutes at present. So that's a bit of a snapshot. It isn't clear. INDIJ that's a brand new site that we just built to represent the organization, the nonprofit piece of the work. But ictnews.org is really the place where the millions of people are going for their content. Did I answer your question? Sorry, I'll try again if.
How many tribes have invested and at what level?
Pardon me?
How many tribes have you got invested in at what level?
Well, we're just launching. We have our first, for the Mountain Bureau, we have, the Coeur d'Alene tribe has come in at $10,000. You're my second meeting. That's how fresh this is for our region. There's a lot of activity in the North Central region for the Madison, Wisconsin Bureau with the Potawatomi in particular, or we're negotiating, probably a substantial commitment there in support of that bureau, which is, you know, a different region than ours. But you're my second stop. So the world, the program world is your oyster here with Sovereign Partners.
Hey, Jen.
Something I would be interested in, I think, as a tribe would be maybe links to some of our businesses, like our casinos or something like that. So people know what some of our businesses are. I mean, I guess I would kind of consider that kind of an advertisement, partially like an advertisement cost too. Would there be some advertising? Like for the Wetucknuck or Great Wolf or
So
something?
this is a whole other conversation, totally relevant. So, and if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I could share my screen and show in ictnews.org.
Yeah, go ahead.
What you'll see here momentarily. Almost there. So here, as you scroll through our digital feed, you see these little ads here, these digital ads. There's Aaliyah doing her newscast. These are in, there's not that many on there right now. Typically we go down here, there's a whole bunch of these little digital ads that go through. There's not a many right there right now. But this is another opportunity. You can buy digital advertising that gets placed here on the site. You can also get it, I think, through social media. I'll have to clarify. That's a whole other department of our organization that sells the ads. But to your point about the idea of promoting whatever it might be, whether it's recreation, whether it's gaming, whether it's conservation projects, whatever it might be, the dam, anything. You can buy ad space on this site that gets that, what did I say earlier? 10 million comes to the site. And then there's 7 million who read the stories and follow the newscast, the broadcast.
Okay, and what's your reach for classified ads? Because I think some of the job searches that we do, you know, we do national searches for some of our jobs, but I don't know what our mechanism is. I don't know how different departments do that.
This is something I will absolutely follow up on. That actually lives in another department as well. It's the same as the ads, but I don't want to misspeak today about what that reach is and the impressions that they get. But they actually have done exactly what you're talking. They've helped different tribes with searches, and in addition to actual digital ads.
Other questions for Nick? Exciting news.
Thank you for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to what might be next.
No, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, Carol.
A young gentleman out here
Hey, Ray, Ray, did we do Venmo?
Tom said, family, what? Did you guys adjourn?